1 year had gone by since Jiang Chen last visited Nippon. Nowadays, the traces of the tragedy last year could no longer be seen on the streets of Yodo. The Shinagawa area under the control of the UA military was also returned. The shops reappeared, looking brand new and bustling with life. The reality proved Jiang Chen's judgment was correct. The Kurofune collapsed, the T-virus disappeared, and the housing prices in Yodo returned to a normal level. Although the prices has yet to return to top 10 in the world, it wasn't too far away from regaining its former glory. At that time, companies that tossed out real estate like hot potatoes were in despair. No one thought that the crisis would end so quickly. Jiang Chen's Shibuya 109 building bought for $60 million was now his cash cow under the management of a professional property manager he hired. The Shinjuku commercial street he purchased already appreciated more than 10 times its original value. Even Akihabara, which he bought because he felt like it, was transformed into a street combined with holographic and augmentative technologies by future technology. The mood of the Nippon government was in a complicated state as they witnessed the transformation brought by Future Group in their own country. On the one hand, Future Group basically rubbed money from people's hands, but on the other hand, they also really benefited in joy and agony. Just like the UA, 50% of its citizens would protest if Future Group no longer existed. The Nippon government was now facing the same problem. Although they wanted to learn Future Group's technology then kick the company out, they couldn't do that. However, the reaction of the people was dull, and most of them didn't seem to be bothered by who transformed their city. The mansion at the foot of Mount Fuji, once a golf course open only to upper class, was completely transformed into a private manor after being bought by Jiang Chen. The green lawn that covered 1,000 acres naturally became his private garden. In order not to waste space, Jiang Chen also learned from the European aristocracy. He hired a French gardener and designated a piece of land to turn into a vineyard. Although the soil at the foot of Mount Fuji was rich in sulfur and the grapes produced weren't sweet, he viewed it as a decoration. Jiang Chen didn't expect to use the grapes here to make wine. "Master, please enjoy." "Aha, put it there for now." "Okay." Qian Xia, in a maid's outfit, leaned down and gently placed the brewed black tea on the table. When she left, she inadvertently made eye contact with the beautiful woman sitting across from Jiang Chen. She immediately bowed in embarrassment and fled. "You certainly know how to enjoy yourself." Lu Yao pouted and expressed her dissatisfaction. She picked up the teacup, took a small sip, and suddenly squeaked in surprise. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't speak. It seemed that during the time when he wasn't there, Qian Xia didn't stop practicing as her tea craft improved. "Why don't you talk? Did you not miss me?" Seeing as Jiang Chen had no response, Lu Yao acted sad as she put down the teacup. "How could I not have missed you? I've just been too busy lately." Jiang Chen laughed and changed the subject. "Right, speaking of which, how come you suddenly came here?" "I'm participating in the premiere here, I told you on the phone the day before yesterday." It seemed that Jiang Chen didn't pay enough attention to her, and Lu Yao was pouting even more. However, Jiang Chen didn't mind her attitude. "The premiere? Is the time curtain not already released?" Jiang Chen was surprised. "Not the same movie. I was just a nobody in Time Curtain. Lu Yao stuck out her tongue. "Before Time Curtain, I also starred in another movie. Future Technology is the biggest investor, don't you care about your company's business at all?" Jiang Chen thought about it. It was probably before Ning Jianhua's promotion to CEO of the head office. Although Jiang Chen never disclosed his relationship with Lu Yao, there were rumors of similar anecdotes on the internet. A domestic film required an investment of around $50 million at most. Compared to Future Group's profits in Hua, it was negligible. As long as this small investment followed the procedure, his subordinates didn't need to report to him. In his memory, Lu Yao mentioned this to him before, but too many things happened recently and he didn't remember. Just as Jiang Chen was awkwardly trying to Google her movie without her noticing, Lu Yao read his awkwardness like a book and said the name of the movie herself. It's The Three-Body Problem, a domestic sci-fi blockbuster. The Three-Body Problem? Jiang Chen was genuinely surprised. His first reaction wasn't to ask Lu Yao, "What role are you playing? Is it finally filmed?" Finally filmed? Speaking of the three-body problem, it was a treacherous story. From the initial advertisement to the CEO's ambition of creating Hua's own sci-fi blockbuster, to the CEO's announcement of his resignation 2 months before the release, to the removal of the special effects team and the director, these all seemed to cast a shadow on the seemingly bright future of the country's science fiction genre. Although the company responsible for production didn't give up on the rights to create the film, the budget burned in the beginning netted nothing and all the created content was abandoned. Investors all withdraw their investments on the film they previously had shared optimism on. Even the parent company held a cautious attitude. Emotion was worth nothing in front of capital. A project filled with risks even directed by the best director would make investors cautious. Because of a lack of suitable investors, this masterpiece that won the Hugo Award was put on hold for an indefinite period of time. Fortunately, however, the new team that took over the adaptation of The Three-Body Problem took the opportunity to collaborate with future technology, or collaborate with the woman of an important individual. Although many netizens were very dissatisfied with the lead female actress being someone with big breasts because they thought it was disrespectful to the original, the crew eager for investments didn't care much. The right for adoption had a time limit and they couldn't wait forever. What's more, Lu Yao now possessed the ability to draw box office numbers. As for the fact that the female protagonist in the original didn't have a big chest, who would care other than diehards? Besides, did the image of the female protagonist really matter in a science fiction film? Just like that, the blockbuster film with a treacherous road was finally put on the big screen in early 2019. As the investor, Future Technology also inserted advertisements into some of the scenes in the film based on the contract. For example, the VR helmet in the original directly appeared as the Phantom helmet. The trademark of Future Technology was also printed on many high-tech products. In any case, after this arduous journey, the crew responsible for filming finally put the film on the big screen in 2019 and shattered the rumors that it would be delayed until 2020. Chapter 962 Now, do you believe I missed you? It's already released. Lu Yao flirtatiously rolled her eyes and took a sip of tea. 3 days ago, I was still attending the premiere in Shanghai. According to the response from the theaters, the box office did quite well on the first day and was ranked first among the movies released in the same period. Now all the cinemas have begun to increase the placement rate. If nothing goes wrong, the box office should go over 1 billion without a problem. 1 billion? Jiang Chen was shocked. Emotion is too valuable. Hey, what? I worked very hard. Lu Yao was displeased. You should praise me more. Also, you didn't go watch the movie with me this time and the time before. While finishing her sentence, Lu Yao suddenly blushed and her voice became quieter and quieter. She suddenly remembered that Jiang Chen always watched a pre-screening with her at home before she went to the cinema with him, and they seemed to always use a special position during the movie. Would you like to watch the movie together? Jiang Chen was grinning. Screw you. Lu Yao slammed her fist on Jiang Chen's chest, but she didn't refuse. The crew obviously brought the film source to attend the Yodo premiere. Jiang Chen called Ning Huajian, who was promoted to the CEO of Future Technology, and the digital version of the film source was quickly sent to him. It wasn't favored by capital, and they didn't have a big-name director. Naturally, they didn't have the audacity to refuse a request from the largest investor. Jiang Chen told Qian Xia to go back to university, then he returned inside with Lu Yao. The lavish mansion was equipped with a home theater. Pulling out the data cable to connect his watch to the home theater, He loaded the digital version of the film source onto the device. Lu Yao already brought 2 bottles of red wine from the refrigerator. The bottles were popped open. Jiang Chen sat next to Lu Yao, and the trademarks appeared on the screen. The film officially began. To be honest, the development of Hua science fiction films was extremely difficult and not necessarily the fault of the directors. The biggest hurdle was special effects. While poor special effects could work in xianxia or fantasy, it mattered greatly in producing realistic science fiction films. Fortunately, future technology solved this problem. All the special effects were outsourced to virtual animation, the subsidiary of future technology. In order to ensure that this investment of nearly 200 million didn't go down the drain, virtual animation also sent 2 specialists to Wanghai to assist in the filming. A piece above average. At the end of the movie, Jiang Chen rated this film. After drinking the last drop of red wine, he took a sigh of relief, picked up the remote control and turned off the movie. He then picked up Lu Yao, who was already melted on the sofa, and walked into the bedroom. They watched the film for so long and even he was feeling tired, let alone Lu Yao who must be drained. Well, they were just watching the movie and didn't do anything like last time. Don't think too much. A warm tenderness was between his arms. A faint panting echoed beside his ears mixed with a hint of sweetness. So naughty, there was a complaint as faint as a mosquito. Then his ear was bitten by her teeth. It didn't hurt, but it was very seductive. Jiang Chen smirked and slapped her curvy figure. Now, do you believe I missed you? I believe you. Lu Yao pouted while admitting her defeat, but the sweetness on her lips couldn't be hidden. Jiang Chen turned her over and tucked her in. Rest for a bit. After giving her a kiss on the forehead, Jiang Chen left the bedroom. After Qian Xia went to class, no one else was in the mansion, so he tidied the things in the living room and tossed the empty bottles into the recycling in the kitchen. After he just cleaned up, he heard Lu Yao's scream from the bedroom. It didn't take long before she ran out in a hurry with her hair all messy. I'm so screwed. I have to be at the premiere at night. How did I forget about this? No, the agent called me already. She rushed into the bathroom and carefully examined to see if there were any strange marks on her face. There would be a lot of reporters. If they spotted a hickey, it would be extremely embarrassing. When she ran out of the bedroom, she only had time to put on a t-shirt. Jiang Chen stared at her 2 long legs and the looming mysterious field. He felt the desires that just dissipated gradually reappearing again. Agent? Is it a man or a woman? Jiang Chen walked behind Lu Yao, grabbed her slim waist, and smiled. You bad guy. Of course it's a woman. It's my best friend from university, a girl who graduated 3 years later than me. Lu Yao felt something terrifying against her. She blushed and looked at him in fear. She's already on her way. Can you wait until the premiere is over? Although there were some regrets, Jiang Chen also knew the limits and didn't insist. After teasing her for a bit longer, he let her go. There was still a negotiation in the afternoon that required some preparation. After Lu Yao dressed up, she appeared in a light blue dress and the pure and dignified Lu Yao reappeared in front of him. At about the same time, a black car stopped in front of Jiang Chen and was stopped by 2 celestial trade bodyguards. Just when Chen Yuqing was anxious and didn't know what to do, the door opened and a man and a woman came out. The woman was naturally Lu Yao, and she was holding on to Jiang Chen. Yao, you finally came out. Chen Yuqing grabbed Lu Yao's hand. The crew didn't see you and they're worried as hell. Why didn't you tell me you were leaving? The girl with curly hair looked young. Although she was fashionable, it was easy to tell she just left university from her actions and words. Sorry for worrying you. Lu Yao scratched her face in embarrassment. How could she tell her about meeting her lover? The next second, Chen Yuqing focused on Jiang Chen, and her eyes instantly widened. Are you Jiang Chen? Guaranteed to be authentic. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Chen Yuqing nodded in a stunned state, lowered her head and whispered, "I thought Yao was joking last time." "The rumors are true." Jiang Chen smiled. "Can you please help Yao keep it a secret?" Chen Yuqing nodded hard. "Of course. I'm her agent. I still have professional ethics." After that, Chen Yuqing looked at Lu Yao with some objections. "You have to be careful. The place is so open. If there are any reporters, the reporters can't follow me," Jiang Chen said half-jokingly. "Didn't you see? The two cars that followed you turned around." With his status, it was too easy to pick on ordinary people. No one would make jokes about their own lives. Naturally, there would be reporters who pointed their cameras at private occasions. Chen Yuqing looked at the street behind her in surprise but saw nothing. Obviously, the new agent didn't realize she was followed after leaving the crew. Jiang Chen was worried about Lu Yao and whether such a rash agent would be good or bad for her acting career. Holding Jiang Chen's arm, Lu Yao tipped her toes and kissed him on the cheek. "Can you go to the premiere with me?" "What time is it?" Jiang Chen asked. 8. At the entrance of the Piccadilly Cinema in Shinjuku. Lu Yao said excitedly. 8. Jiang Chen looked at his watch. It was only 10 o'clock in the morning. "Shouldn't be a problem. I should be able to take care of everything." "Aha! I love you the most." Lu Yao held Jiang Chen with joy and kissed him on the face. "You must come. I'll dress up for you." Jiang Chen patted her on her butt and let go of Lu Yao, who wanted to hit back. After teasing her, Lu Yao bid farewell, then reluctantly turned around and sat in the car with Chen Yuqing. Watching the car leave, Jiang Chen lifted his watch out of habit. He looked at the time and said to himself, "I should probably get going too." A price of $1. "Mr. Jiang, are you sure you're not kidding?" "Yes, Jiang Chen." Patiently, he repeated the sentence he said countless times. A transmission line from Xi'an to Yodo will be able to solve the entire country's electricity usage problem. The man sitting across from him suddenly smiled and held Jiang Chen's hand enthusiastically. Hey! Hey! We can talk about this." After the T-virus incident, the former Nippon Prime Minister was forced to step down. Although the re-elected politicians didn't take as far right of a stance, domestic conservatism remained the dominant ideology. The stance demonstrated a mistrust of foreign companies. Celestial trade could guarantee the supply of electricity within the contract period. But what if the contract expired and Celestial trade refused to renew the contract, or what if they hiked the price? Compared with the price of 1 cent, the power plants in Nippon simply weren't competitive. This would create a gap in which even financial subsidies couldn't make up the difference. By that time, the Nippon power plants would all be shut down. Even if they were unwilling to accept the price increase of Celestial trade, they would have to forcefully accept this deal. Tempting? Of course it was tempting. After the nuclear power plant incident, the whole country was shrouded in a mood called nuclear panic. It was impossible to start construction of a nuclear power plant. But if the country couldn't rely on nuclear power, relying on new energy sources without the ability to ramp up couldn't solve the social contradictions brought about by the growing demand for electricity. Even if Jiang Chen repeatedly promised that such a thing wouldn't happen, he wished to dispel the concerns of politicians, and it wasn't so simple. "I'm sorry I can't give you a clear answer today. I have to exchange opinions with my cabinet in order to provide a responsible answer." Sitting on the opposite side, the man got up, shook hands with Jiang Chen and saw him to the door. They wouldn't show their hand. That was the most difficult part of negotiating with Nippon people. It was completely different from India. The Indians invited him into the room with joy and excitement. Negotiations went smoothly, but they dragged on signing for as long as they could. Jiang Chen was even considering if he should find a North American to represent him in the negotiations. As long as the commission was appropriate, be Citibank or Morgan Stanley should be happy to represent him in negotiations. Someone with a different background should ease the concerns of the Nippon politicians. After leaving the official residence of the Nippon Prime Minister, Jiang Chen, who was in the car, looked at the time. It was only 3 o'clock, he still had some time before the 8 o'clock meeting with Liu Yao. He was thinking about what to do during this time when a phone call suddenly hit his watch. "Hello. It's me, boss. What you told me has already been done." David Smith's voice rang in his ear. Before that, Jiang Chen entrusted the negotiation between Celestial Trade and the Indian Power Company to the Future Bank. There must be some result now. Is the original contract still intact? Yes, the Indian state-owned electric utility company made a concession on the submarine transmission cable investment percentage. They promised to bear 70% of the construction cost. A smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. Good job. The construction cost of submarine transmission cable was one of the issues that had been disputed by both sides. Jiang Chen already saved a lot of electricity costs for them, and it was unreasonable to spoon-feed them more. The construction cost of nearly $1 billion wasn't a small number. In the beginning, India's state-owned electric utility company insisted that both sides bear 50%, then finally dropped it to 60%, but it was still 10 points off from Celestial Trade's expectations. As long as you find the right way to get along with Indians, this is actually very easy. Smith smiled and accepted Jiang Chen's praise. Jiang Chen talked about a few more things with Smith, then Smith suddenly remembered something and added, "Right, there's one more thing." "What?" "The recent exchange rate of the euro on the international foreign exchange market is very peculiar. According to the analysis of Future Bank's financial team, there's likely human intervention. Although we interrupted most of the business in Europe, we still hold a lot of euros and real estate in Europe." Mr. Smith paused and waited for the boss's decision. Intuition told Jiang Chen the Freemasonry was likely behind this, but the peculiar exchange rate wasn't enough to determine any more useful information. Sitting in the car and pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen, who couldn't decide, asked, "What is your suggestion?" "Sell some of the assets in Europe and exchange some of the euros in the bank with dollars or gold. The euro has a lot of risks. The best way to avoid missing our expected targets is to reduce our holdings appropriately. Just do what you said." "Yes, boss." Hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen swiped his finger and closed the holographic screen. The bodyguard sitting in the front turned slightly and respectfully asked Jiang Chen, "Boss, where are we going now?" His arm was placed against the window, looking at the young girls on the street. Jiang Chen's index finger tapped the door rhythmically. After thinking for a while, he made up his mind. Where in Shinjuku is a suitable place to negotiate? Other than restaurants. The bodyguard immediately replied, "There's a high-end business bar in Shinjuku. Just go there." "Yes." The car slowly started. Jiang Chen opened the holographic screen of his watch, pulled down the list of business cards, and a row of light blue information appeared in front of him. In order to help him collect information, each time he received a business card, he scanned the information on the business card to his watch for storage. The artificial intelligence classified the cards according to an algorithm. In this way, he could easily find the phone numbers he needed. President of Central Power Company, the second son of Sumitomo Foundation, Sumitomo Kenichi. After selecting this number, Jiang Chen dialed. Although he didn't remember when he met this person, this didn't stop the two from talking. Sitting there and unilaterally waiting for the Nippon government to reply wasn't Jiang Chen's style. Although the influence of the Nippon Consortium wasn't as evident as Wall Street's influence on the capital, it was a force that couldn't be ignored. Although Celestial Trade and the Nippon government had yet to reach an agreement on the issue of grid connection, this didn't stop him from engaging with the power company first or discussing with Sumitomo Finance Group to talk about it. With billions in profits at stake, Jiang Chen knew the Sumitomo Foundation is tempted. And since they would be tempted, they would presumably also exert their influence in their country's politics. Headquartered in Nagoya in the central part of Nippon, Central Power provided electricity to approximately 16.6 million people in 5 counties in the central region. It was the third largest power company in Nippon and was controlled by Sumitomo Foundation. In fact, in addition to Central Power, Jiang Chen had a better choice: Yodo Power. However, due to the aftereffects of the nuclear accident, Yodo Power had yet to solve the problem of compensation and aftermath. Moreover, the company's financial situation was far from ideal, with a risk of bankruptcy. With these reasons combined, Jiang Chen finally decided on Central Power as his partner. In a high-end business bar in Shinjuku, a black car stopped at the door. Although most bars didn't open at this time, this bar was special. Even early in the morning, it was open, it was just that it didn't provide bartending services. Jiang Chen stepped into the bar. The 2 bodyguards escorted him on the left and right. Since he was handsome, and combined with the fact that he wore an expensive suit and sleek sunglasses, he had yet to step into the bar before he drew countless gazes. The server rushed forward and asked weakly, "Hello, please show your membership card." Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He couldn't understand the language. The bodyguard standing on the side immediately leaned over and whispered in his ear. Seeing as Jiang Chen didn't respond, the server was somewhat at a loss. Just then, Jiang Chen heard fluent Mandarin from the bar. "Mr. Jiang is my guest. How dare you stop him at the door?" This sentence was obviously for Jiang Chen because the server seriously didn't understand. A young man walked out of the bar. He was also in a suit. His proper appearance could be considered handsome, but he was half a head shorter than Jiang Chen. He first lectured the server with a few words, then put on a smile and greeted Jiang Chen. "The hospitality here isn't good. I hope Mr. Jiang can forgive me." Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled slightly. "No worries. Come to speak of it, Mr. Sumitomo arrived first. Allow me to be honest. This business bar is one of Sumitomo's assets. When Mr. Jiang called, we were negotiating with Yodo Power." Sumitomo gestured at the bar. "Please come inside." Jiang Chen followed him in. "Oh. If you don't mind me asking, what business is it?" "About the merger and acquisition of the power management rights of a city in the county." When Sumitomo said that, he was quite confident, so Jiang Chen, who was walking next to him, actually eyed him for a few seconds. Showing the strength of one's own side without any traces, it seemed that the intelligence of Sumitomo Foundation was certainly quite informed, and they already knew the topic of today's negotiation. From the layout of the bar, this so-called high-end business bar didn't have the blinding lights and loud music of other bars. The lighting in the lobby was soft and the decor was elegant, with a Western design and a touch of traditional style. Most people who drank there were in business formal attire. A beautiful waiter took the 2 to the lounge deep in the bar and respectfully opened the door for the duo. However, before entering, Sumitomo stopped Jiang Chen and turned to look at him. "Do you need to take a bath first?" Jiang Chen paused for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. "No, I have a date tonight." There was only one possibility to take a bath here. If he had time, he wouldn't mind experiencing their unique culture, but since he still needed to attend Liu Yao's premiere, the timing wouldn't necessarily work out. Sumitomo squeezed his eyebrows at Jiang Chen with an expression that all men would understand, but he obviously misinterpreted. "That's really a pity. Since Mr. Jiang has other arrangements this evening, I can only treat you next time." Turning around, Sumitomo winked at the waiter, indicating that she could leave for now. He then smiled and looked at Jiang Chen to invite him into the room. "Please come in." Jiang Chen gestured to the bodyguards to stay at the door, then he stepped into the private room. At Shinjuku Piccadilly Cinema, as the first sci-fi masterpiece to go abroad, the premiere of The Three-Body Problem was quite grand. Backed by the rich and powerful future technology, the crew's budget was more than sufficient. They directly rented out the entrance of Piccadilly Cinema and the most high-end First Auditorium. The premiere was at 8 o'clock, but it was just a little after 6 when the press were already gathered at the entrance, as well as special guests, film critics, and fans who received premiere tickets through various channels. The process of walking the red carpet had yet to begin, but the flash of cameras already colored the night. For this sci-fi movie from Hua, Nippon sci-fi fans were more surprised than looking forward to it. As early as the release of this film in Hua, trailers and low-pixel versions of the movie had already flowed to other countries. The special effects technology of Hua was only mediocre at best. In many people's minds, they acquiesced this fact. And it was precisely because of this that Nippon fans were so surprised, since what they saw from the trailer made it completely unimaginable that the film was produced from the hands of Hua filmmakers. It was more likely made from Hollywood studios from across the Pacific. While interviewing the crew, the reporters didn't ignore the audience. I hope it lives up to my expectations. It's my first time attending a premiere. Hua has science fiction films. Ha, unbelievable. I must debunk their lies in person. I read that novel. It seems to be good, but I doubt it. I've never heard of this producer. Do they have the ability to put this film on the screen? In my honest opinion, even if it was a Hollywood filmmaker, it's hard to restore some of the details from the book. The trailer was good. I hope the movie is the same. Xiao Feng is so handsome. Lu Yao is so beautiful. Is there a poster of her? Do they sell these at the premiere? Or can they only be bought on Amazon? But it's too late, I want her signature. On the other hand, Lu Yao, who was already wearing her evening gown, stood in front of the media camera with a smile, ready to be interviewed. Unlike her cute appearance when she was around Jiang Chen, she was graceful and elegant, quite a goddess. Chen Yuqing already made arrangements for what questions could be answered, and what questions should be answered in advance. Although the questions were fired at her like cannonballs, she still responded calmly and comfortably. However, as time gradually approached 8 o'clock, a hint of anxiety was starting to show, and her gorgeous eyes drifted to the entrance of the theater from time to time. After she finally got rid of the media, Lu Yao returned to the dressing room, weary and exhausted. She still had to walk the red carpet, and she fixed up her makeup. The makeup artist had already been waiting for a long time. Almost as soon as she sat down, she grabbed the brush and foundation and began to work her magic. Sitting there completely motionless and letting the makeup artist transform her face and hair, she looked at herself in the mirror and squeezed out a beautiful smile. "Are you ready? My Majesty the Queen." Chen Yuqing, standing next to her, joked. Lu Yao smiled and hit her best friend jokingly. "Be careful, the Queen will hit your butt." After fooling around for a while, Lu Yao got in front of the mirror and carefully checked to see if there were any blemishes. Chen Yuqing stood behind her, coughed, and reminded her, "It's time to take the red carpet." "Okay." With a smile, Lu Yao was full of confidence. It was her first time appearing as the leading actress and walking the red carpet abroad. However, there was a commotion coming from outside. Messy footsteps gradually approached. Lu Yao and Chen Yuqing looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. The door of the dressing room was suddenly pushed open, and a man dressed in a white, flamboyant suit holding a bundle of roses walked in. His eyes swept through the room and stopped on Lu Yao. The man smiled and stopped in front of her. "Who are you?" Lu Yao frowned slightly. "Your admirer. At first sight, I was deeply drawn by your beauty." The man made a smile that he thought was courteous, revealing his white teeth. He then handed over the flowers. "Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Morita Yosuke, the manager of Morita Real Estate. In 2016, I went to Hua on a business trip. At that time, I watched the movie you starred in. I am deeply in love with you. Will I have the pleasure of having a drink with you after the premiere?" 2016. Lu Yao tried to remember. Did she star in a movie back then? In any case, her first impression of this arrogant person who didn't knock on the door was awful. Chen Yuqing, standing next to Lu Yao, silently looked at the man in front of her and commented in her head. Morita real estate. It might be a huge force in the eyes of others, but what is it to the man behind her? Chen Yuqing asked herself if her man was as good as that person. She probably wouldn't look at most men ever again. Mr. Morita, it's very impolite to enter the ladies' dressing room without permission. Didn't anyone tell you? Standing in front of Lu Yao, Chen Yuqing pushed up her glasses while stating the fact in a distant voice. Morita frowned, examined Chen Yuqing, and his smile reappeared. He continued to look at Lu Yao. I will apologize for my rudeness. After I receive an answer from the goddess, I will leave. When he said that, Morita was polite, but a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes for a second. You're just a Hua female actress. I'm the heir to a real estate company with a market value of 1 trillion yen. I've slept with countless celebrities, and you're just a star who only recently became somewhat popular. I can easily woo you. However, Lu Yao's answer was even more distant than her agent Chen Yuqing. She replied with 3 concise words. Please get out. Morita Yosuke's confident smile turned stiff and his expression suddenly turned ugly. At that moment, the security guards of the theater also rushed into the dressing room following the crew members. The people behind him clearly heard the rejection. Seeing that Morita Yosuke didn't act, Lu Yao repeated in an icy voice in front of everyone. Please get out. After understanding the situation, the director Wu Hao, who stood next to the security guard, immediately stepped forward, warning him with a sullen face, please leave immediately. Otherwise, we will contact the police. Being slapped in the face in front of everyone, Morita Yosuke's facial muscles couldn't stop trembling just when Chen Yuqing worried he would suddenly burst out in a rage and step in front of Lu Yao, he suddenly smiled. A very odd smile. Suddenly, Morita Yosuke let go and dropped the bouquet of roses on the ground. Good, good, good. After 3 words, he turned around and glanced over the crew members with a gloomy expression. He finally stopped at Lu Yao's face, and a sinister smile appeared. You're just an actress and too ignorant to know what's the best. I hope you don't regret this. No one has ever dared to reject me. After leaving this sentence, he turned and pushed the crowd away. The people in the crew chattered, and Director Wu lectured the security guards. They actually let someone who wasn't in the crew into the room. If he was a paparazzi or even a kidnapper, it would have been a big problem. Looking at that inexplicable man's back, Lu Yao frowned, and there was some uneasiness. She didn't seem to mind the threatening words, but she just worried it would cause trouble for the crew. Are you okay, Yao? Chen Yuqing grabbed Lu Yao's arm and looked at her good girlfriend with some concern. She stared at the man's back furiously. Don't worry about that psycho. In the worst case, we can go to Jiang Chen. He can take care of this. However, Chen Yuqing didn't finish her sentence. After all, the relationship between the two remained a secret. I'm fine. Lu Yao shook her head and patted Chen Yuqing's hand. We don't have to bother him with this. Director Wu Hao scanned the crowd and asserted his authority. What are you doing there? You have to go on the red carpet in a while. Get moving now. The crew also dispersed. Are you okay? If not, we can set the time back 10 minutes and do other activities first. No, I'm fine. Lu Yao shook her head. Wu Hao nodded and gestured to the makeup artist before leaving the dressing room. After the door closed, Lu Yao was relieved, and her mood stabilized. She glanced at the roses scattered on the ground, and she said to Chen Yuqing casually, get someone to come over and clean up here. This is bothersome. I'll go now. Chen Yuqing nodded and headed outside. The negotiations with the Sumitomo Foundation were very successful, to the point where Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. Without wasting any effort, he tossed the proposal on the negotiating table and the other side nodded without hesitation. He quite cheerfully expressed his willingness to force the government and urge the cabinet to pass the grid interconnection plan as soon as possible. Hype nuclear power threat theory, emphasis on energy crisis. For these big consortia, they could use many ploys. Even before the negotiations began, Sumitomo already guessed Jiang Chen's intentions. Or rather, when Jiang Chen got off the plane from Yodo International Airport, the Sumitomo Foundation already guessed he might be negotiating for power exports. There was a total of 9 power companies in Nippon, and the entire electricity market was in a state of division. It was critical to know which company Celestial Trade would begin cooperation with, which meant the transmission line from Xi'an would originate from that region to the rest of the power grid. This company would have the most promising costs and the ability to rob business from other power companies to expand its scope of business. Jiang Chen didn't think so much. They could fight all they wanted. He was simply optimistic about the tens of billions of dollars in the energy market, and the ability to grasp the country in the future. An exaggeration? Not an exaggeration at all. The cost of Celestial Trade had an unbeatable competitive advantage in the electricity market. The export price of 1 cent per kilowatt-hour created a gap in which financial subsidies couldn't make up the difference. As time went by, the power plants in the country would only decrease in number, and the dependence on nuclear power, natural gas, and oil would also decrease. This seemed to benefit the country and the people, but in essence, it created another inescapable shackle onto the nation, that was, the submarine transmission cable controlled by Celestial Trade. The contract was negotiated and could be signed as soon as the policy allowed it. After agreeing on a multi-billion-dollar business for the family, even Sumitomo, who was more shrewd, didn't stop his emotions from showing. He saw Jiang Chen to the door and watched the car leaving. He waved his fist in the air and couldn't stop the joy from overtaking him. He laughed hysterically at the door. The pedestrians all looked in his direction and sent their sympathies to perhaps an emotionally unstable person. The bustling street was starting to dissipate, and Jiang Chen retracted his gaze from the window and opened the holographic screen. It was 7:30, and there was half an hour left before the premiere. Go directly to Piccadilly Cinema. Jiang Chen turned off the holographic screen and told the driver. Yes, boss. Piccadilly Cinema was also in Shinjuku, not far from the high-end bar he just left. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any traffic and arrived at his destination in about 15 minutes. When Jiang Chen got off at the parking lot, the premiere was about to start. At the door, he fixed his collar and headed to the entrance. Just as he passed the main entrance, he saw a man in a white suit with a gloomy expression, followed by 2 security guards, walking out from the cinema. It seemed he was being escorted out for doing something wrong. Jiang Chen exchanged eye contact with him, and the man said a few words before he walked away in anger. Hearing what the man said, the bodyguard behind Jiang Chen was about to go and knock him out, but Jiang Chen stopped the bodyguard. What did he say? Jiang Chen turned his head slightly and asked his bodyguard. The bodyguard hesitated, but he still provided the actual words spoken. Get out of my king face. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows and looked at the man who was already long gone. Don't bother with this type of person. He continued on. After being escorted by security guards along the way, Morita Yosuke sat in his Lexus LFA. After starting the car, he glanced at the Piccadilly Cinema with hatred. The controlling party of the Piccadilly Cinema possessed an unimaginable amount of influence, and of course, he didn't dare to do anything. However, these crews from Hua had no foundation in this country. He was engaged in real estate, and he naturally dealt with gang forces. It would be too easy to deal with these foreigners. Especially them. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Shosa-san, it's me, Morita. I want to ask you for a favor. We can discuss the price. Jiang Chen asked the staff for directions and walked to the crew, but just as he walked to the junction leading to the dressing room, two security guards stopped him. "Sorry, sir, this isn't open to tourists." After the bodyguard translated the words of the two security guards to Jiang Chen frowned and replied in English, "I am not a tourist. Someone invited me, sorry." The security guard stood firm like two towers and used an irrefutable tone. "Is the security level this high at a normal premiere?" Just when Jiang Chen thought to call Lu Yao, he saw an acquaintance coming out from inside. When Chen Yuqing saw the person, her eyes lit up and she immediately greeted him. "You're finally here. Yao has been waiting for you for a long time." She eyed Jiang Chen and talked with the two security guards in English, then while giggling, she pulled him in. "Come with me." The two bodyguards were left outside, and Jiang Chen went to Lu Yao's dressing room with Chen Yuqing. "Don't be too surprised," she said to Jiang Chen jokingly. She reached out and pushed open the door. The door to the dressing room opened. Looking at Lu Yao, who was standing in front of the mirror, Jiang Chen actually had an illusion of not knowing her. Her two eyebrows were long and picturesque, her eyes were twinkling like stars, her black hair, like a waterfall, poured down. In an elegant evening gown that perfectly outlined her good figure, she was enchanting and dignified. Sure enough, beauty certainly depended on attire. It was the first time Jiang Chen felt she looked better with clothes than without. Her beautiful eyes bloomed with joy when her eyes met his eyes. She grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, restrained the urge to pounce on him and pouted. "You're finally here. I thought you forgot me again." "What do you mean again?" "I haven't forgotten you at all." Jiang Chen laughed. He spoke, reached out and touched her hair gently, and said sincerely, "You're beautiful today." He. Lu Yao smiled happily, didn't speak any further, and accepted his compliments happily. "Don't mess up your makeup. There are 5 minutes until you have to walk the red carpet, there's no time to do your makeup again." Chen Yuqing made fun of the pair. Lu Yao's face turned red and she rolled her eyes at her best friend. "I'm not going to do anything. How could I mess up my makeup? That's what I like to hear." With a smirk, Chen Yuqing left the dressing room and carefully closed the door for the two of them. She guarded the door for them in case someone wanted to intrude on their private space. Although the theater strengthened their security, it was difficult to ensure that no paparazzi snuck in. It was okay if the crew saw them, but if they were caught by those troublesome paparazzi, it would be big news. 3 Body had just been released overseas. If news of lead female having an affair with the biggest investor leaked to the public, it would certainly affect the box office. They didn't stay in the dressing room for too long. Jiang Chen came out 2 minutes ahead of Lu Yao. Director Wu Hao heard Jiang Chen came personally and immediately rushed over. He first shook Jiang Chen's hands, exchanged a few words and issued him a movie ticket and a special guest pass. With this pass, he could freely enter and leave the crew's work area without worrying about being blocked by security. Under the guidance of the assistant director, Xiao Zhang, Jiang Chen entered the VIP passage and went to the red carpet. The red carpet had always been the finale of the premiere. Most cameras gathered there along with fanatical fans. Generally speaking, at a premiere, there would always be a few guests who couldn't be present for personal reasons. At that time, in order to ensure the venue was full, the organizers would randomly distribute temporary tickets to the fans at the scene. However, such an opportunity was rare unless the movie was too bad or the organizer messed up. A maximum of 3 or 4 temporary tickets would be added at the premiere, and this was also the reason for the fans' enthusiasm. The closer they were to the red carpet, the higher their chances of getting a temporary ticket. Of course, the caveat was that they couldn't be too close or they would be tossed out by the security guards. On the red carpet, the participants were being interviewed by the media. Actors and actresses who weren't famous rarely had the opportunity to walk the red carpet. During this moment of glory, they even wished to stay on the carpet. Lu Yao swayed her long hair and confidently stepped forward in her high heels. The goddess walked quickly across the red carpet, ignoring the reporter's request for a photo, giving all the lenses a confident silhouette. Passing through the red carpet, she arrived at the interview area, and after the group members took photos in front of the camera, they were interviewed by reporters in 2s and 3s. In the film, she played Master Yi. The storyline of The Three-Body Problem narrated her life, and the media was also devoted to her with considerable enthusiasm, which made all the others envious. Without bringing a bodyguard, Jiang Chen sat alone in the corner of the VIP lounge, waiting for Lu Yao. Just then, a woman in high heels walked to him and smiled. "Is there someone sitting next to you?" The faint smell of perfume floated along with her melodious voice. Jiang Chen raised his head slightly and said, "No one's sitting here. Do you need anything?" The woman smiled and sat next to him, putting on lipstick and pulling out a photo of himself from the bag. "Nothing, just wanted a signature from my idol." "Idol? In 4 years, you went from nothing to being the richest man in the world. Your life experience could be written in a book." The woman with bright, gorgeous eyes gazed at Jiang Chen. "Can give me a chance to know more about you?" Jiang Chen smiled and teased. "Of course, when I'm old, I might be able to write a biography if I have nothing to do." Amused by Jiang Chen's words, the woman giggled. Jiang Chen took the photo and pen from her hands, signed his name, gave it back to her, and joked, "The signature you wanted. This is my gift." The woman took a photo from her bag again and signed her name with the lipstick. However, she didn't immediately give it to Jiang Chen. With a mysterious smile, she kissed the photo, leaving a seductive lip print. "Bye-bye." She handed the photo to Jiang Chen, got up and left. Jiang Chen examined the photo and identified her name from the signature. Tang Yan. Although The Three-Body Problem changed the special effects team and director, most of the actors and actresses remained the same. In Jiang Chen's memory, Tang Yan's role was Shin Yufei, a Japanese-born, cold but pristine female scientist. Turning to the back of the photo, where she left the lip print, there was a phone number and her temporary address in Yodo. Glassley Hotel, 1101. Shaking his head with a smile, Jiang Chen put the photo into his suit and threw it into the storage dimension. "What are you laughing at?" After the interview, Lu Yao came to the VIP lounge. "Nothing. Just encountered something interesting." Jiang Chen smiled. "Right, how's your relationship with other people on the crew?" "Other people?" Lu Yao tilted her head. "We've been pretty good." "What about Tang Yan?" Lu Yao looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously, and her expression changed suddenly. She sat beside Jiang Chen. With a begging look, she grabbed his hand and whispered. You want her? She's a good friend of mine. Can you go for someone else? What are you even thinking?" Jiang Chen reached out and tapped on her head. He watched Lu Yao covering her head and hiding from him. "Am I the kind of person who will go for your friend?" A bright smile appeared on her face, and she pecked his cheek. "You're the best." Touching the lip print on his face, Jiang Chen teased her. "Are you not afraid of ruining your makeup now?" "Not afraid. I've already finished my interview." Lu Yao said gently as she took Jiang Chen's arm. "A good friend?" The entertainment industry is certainly entertaining. However, Jiang Chen didn't point this out to her. Some things were just better kept a secret. As time went on, other actors who finished their interviews gradually entered the lounge. And almost everyone, after seeing Jiang Chen, enthusiastically walked up to say hello or converse. Although Jiang Chen's circle was far from the entertainment industry, capital had no limits. After staying in the VIP lounge a bit longer, Jiang Chen took Lu Yao's hand and left the theater from the back door. His bodyguard had already driven the car to the back door. Like a gentleman, he opened the door for Lu Yao, and after the beauty got in first, he followed. Lure FA6. This must be in millions. Sitting in the car, Lu Yao touched the door then touched the sofa. I only saw this in magazines before. Since being bought by Jiang Chen, Luer Motors had grown from an unknown pure electric vehicle company to a large-scale automobile manufacturer that now had operations in Asia and the Americas. Its luxury models received wide recognition from across the world. For example, the Luer FA6 pure electric car had a pre-tax price of more than 30 million renminbi. However, Lu Yao didn't know the brand belonged to Jiang Chen. Your pay is probably around 10 to 20 million. It shouldn't be difficult to buy a car. Jiang Chen smiled and gestured the driver to go home. How can I spend all my money on a car? Lu Yao rolled her eyes. I'm just barely able to pay for the maintenance for the 2 Maybachs and Lamborghini you gave me. I'll maintain them for you. Jiang Chen smiled. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening, 3 hours after the premiere began. The road conditions in Yodo were surprisingly good. Jiang Chen didn't encounter traffic and went smoothly on the highway to the suburbs. The mansion at the foot of Mount Fuji was about 100 kilometers from Shinjuku, the distance from Jia City to Wanghai. Although there were many inconveniences in choosing such a remote place to stay, the beautiful environment more than made up for the distance. Not to mention that Jiang Chen wasn't particularly in a hurry. In addition to occasional passers-by, there was basically no one around. They were almost out of Tokyo. Surrounded by mountains and fields, except for vehicles that passed by them from time to time, there wasn't a soul at night. At that moment, the bodyguard sitting in the front passenger seat suddenly narrowed his eyes and put his hand into his armpit. The driver sitting in the driver's seat also noticed the abnormality and reported to Jiang Chen. "Boss, someone is following us." Lu Yao looked around anxiously and didn't see anything. Jiang Chen just raised an eyebrow and calmly said, "Oh. How many people?" The bodyguard in front tapped on his sunglasses, and a light blue interface suddenly appeared on the inside of the ink-colored lens. 2 drones were released from the bottom of the car and flew out against the chassis of the car. They hovered beside the vehicles and locked on the followers with the hanging lens at the bottom. A total of 4 vans, around 20 to 30 people. There are no heavy weapons on the cars. Most of the weapons are knives, machetes. Seems like Yakuza, the bodyguard answered. Jiang Chen shook his head with a grin. Yakuza? They seem to be underestimating me. Since the Los Santos incident, Jiang Chen spent a considerable amount of thought on his security. While he only brought 2 bodyguards, these 2 bodyguards were the elite of the Celestial Marines. The injection of D-class genetic vaccines and participation in the 2 wars of MLL Island were only the most fundamental requirements. They must know at least 4 languages. The 1 bodyguard in the passenger seat could easily take down 2 ghost agents with the same equipment in close combat. As for this Luer FA6, it was transformed by Future Heavy Industries. Not only was the chassis equipped with a drone terminal, but the outer casing was replaced with a titanium alloy material containing a graphene lining. Even anti-tank snipers wouldn't make a dent. "Do you want me to take care of them?" Slowly taking out a pistol, the bodyguard asked in a low voice. Lu Yao was scared by the gun. The bodyguard saw the boss's mistress was scared, and he quickly stuffed the gun back under his armpit. "Pick a quiet place. There are too many people here," Jiang Chen said nonchalantly, looking at the van that was closest to him. "If you don't need a gun, don't use a gun." "Roger." The bodyguard nodded and gestured at his comrade driving. The bodyguard sitting in the driver's seat nodded, turned the steering wheel and headed off the road. When the car went off the highway, it seemed to hit a bump. Lu Yao looked at Jiang Chen with some worry, gently grabbed his arm and asked nervously, "Are things going to be okay?" "Don't worry." Jiang Chen patted her hand that was holding on to his arm. "It's just a few skunks. They'll take care of it so they don't bother us." After a pause, Jiang Chen grinned. "Not to mention that I'm also very curious as to who would actually dare to follow me." Seeing Jiang Chen's car changing lanes, the four vans were delighted and didn't realize a crisis had arrived. They also turned off the road. After driving on the mountain roads for half an hour to an inaccessible place, two of the vans began to accelerate and overtook Jiang Chen's car. The four vans sandwiched his car in the middle, then slowed down, forcing Jiang Chen's car to stop. The Luer FA-6 just stopped, which made the people in the van surprised. While they were surprised, they didn't think the people in the car could resist. The door of the van opened. 20 thugs wearing black t-shirts and carrying iron bars and short knives surrounded Jiang Chen's car. Behind the crowd, a boss-looking young man with sunglasses jumped out from the last van and walked in front of his thugs with authority. With his gangster appearance, Jiang Chen laughed and shook his head. It seems the thugs in every country are the same. You just don't know your limit. The front passenger door opened, and the bodyguard wearing a suit got out of the car. Lu Yao looked at Jiang Chen nervously. Should we call the police? No, leave it to Chen Sr., leaning against the cushion. He wasn't worried about the bodyguard who got off the car. When Chen Sen was in the jungle of MLL Island charging at enemies, these thugs were probably playing mud on the street. There were at least 20 soldiers who died under his muzzle already. The lights of the vehicles cast shadows on the ground. On the empty road, 5 cars stopped. 25 people against 1 person. The disparity formed a sharp contrast in the car lights. Standing in front of more than 20 thugs, Xiaosa made neck circles followed by the sound of his joints cracking. Anyone familiar with him knew blood must be shed. Ito Xiaosa wasn't his real name. His real name was Ito Yuan. It was only later when he started to gain a reputation in the Yodo region with his fighting and killing abilities and formed a gang. The thugs in the gang respectfully called him Xiaosa. After a long time, he recognized the name and simply replaced his real name with this nickname, so a person named Ito Xiaosa appeared. Today, he was drinking with his brothers when a phone call suddenly interrupted them. It was the manager of Morita Real Estate, Morita Yosuke. He asked him to help him with a price of 50 million yen. After hearing the 50 million yen, Xiaosa said nothing, immediately hauled his brothers in the gang and rushed over. 50 million yen, enough to buy a life, not to mention a foreigner, but also a Hua woman. The target didn't act alone after leaving the theater but boarded a luxury car with a man. Xiaosa watched the scene from afar, but he didn't back down. Not to mention that there were only 2 bodyguards, but even 2 Bruce Lees wouldn't be able to beat 20 men with knives and bats. Ito was convinced. The foreign wealthy businessman who was captured by him the last time hired bodyguards who received military training from Blackwater, but they still only had 2 hands and 1 head each. 2 or 3 steel pipes and it would be over before they could even react. Looking at the man in a suit walking to him, Ito Xiaosa raised his chin and began to trim his nails in contempt. Only you. Chen Sen didn't answer. An arc appeared on his lips, the muscles of his body swelled, and his bones creaked. He hadn't beat people up for a long time. Their threatening and mocking gazes didn't make him afraid in the slightest but released the bloodthirsty desire in his bones. Without any awareness of the danger, Ito Xiaosu sighed and waved his hand with a lack of interest. Okay, no more nonsense. Hand over the woman in the car, well, and the car too. Take your boss and get the Fu*K away. Get the Fu*K away. Chen Sen didn't stop. He licked his mouth and nonchalantly said, you should be the one who gets the Fu*K out. Ito Xiaosa was stunned, then he became furious and swung his hand. Baka. Pigs. Brothers, Fu*K him up. With a loud roar, the thugs rushed toward Chen Senator with a steel pipe swung toward him. Chen Sen didn't dodge. Instead, he lifted his foot and directly kicked the person rushing at him on the chest and sent him flying out, taking down 4 other thugs along the way. What just happened seemed to hurt the morale of the thugs swarming toward him. They certainly saw people who could fight before, but they had never seen someone who could send someone flying and take out 4 people along the way. This wasn't a sandbag. This was a person. Ito's eyes widened. He had also never seen someone who could do this before. The man who sat next to him just opened his narrowed eyes slightly, but he soon closed his eyes again, not seeming to mind what happened. The attack and defend positions seemed to be completely reversed. Chen Sen rushed into the crowd, punching and kicking. Every punch hit the flesh, every kick struck its target. No one could last more than a move against him despite the pipes and knives. These originally arrogant thugs were beaten to the point where they started crying and shouting. It wasn't that no pipes landed on him. However, these thugs discovered that every strike seemed to have smashed against a steel wall. The attacker didn't seem to be hurt, but their hands swelled immediately after. Is this guy made of iron? Everyone thought in horror. Without any fancy moves, pure strength and combat techniques from the army, Chen Sen followed Jiang Chen's instructions. Without a gun, he used his fists and legs to ground all the thugs. In less than 2 minutes, only 3 people were left standing on the road. Chen Sen stood straight and clapped his hands. He didn't chase those who turned and fled. He just smiled at the scared Ito Shaosa and continued to walk toward him. The man who had been standing next to Ito Shaosa stepped forward in front of his master. There was a knife scar on his forehead that looked extremely frightening. His pair of eyes narrowed, and his pupils were like 2 mung beans. A viper-like fierce haze swept across Chen Sen's face. Under his clothes was a samurai sword 5 feet long. That's enough, the man said slowly, his hand already on the hilt. If you step forward half a step, I will cut your arms off. Sitting in the car, Jiang Chen leaned forward slightly and looked at the samurai sword slightly sheathed with interest. What age is this? Are samurais still a thing? Lu Yao, who was sitting next to him, looked pale white. Her hand grasped Jiang Chen tightly. Right, speaking of which, they seem to be coming for you. Jiang Chen looked at Lu Yao and squeezed her hand to comfort her. How did you manage to get on the wrong side of these people? Lu Yao shook her head, but she suddenly seemed to have remembered something. She bit her lip and said, probably that psycho. With Jiang Chen's questioning look, Lu Yao told him everything that happened outside the dressing room before he came, including the man named Morita Yosuke, including how she refused him, including the threatening words he left. After Jiang Chen heard the story, he nodded in understanding then. Then he suddenly squeezed her butt. Ah! Lu Yao shouted and looked at Jiang Chen with anger. The driver sitting in the front row closed his eyes to rest to perfectly play the deaf and blind role. He pretended not to know about the teasing between the boss and his mistress. You squeezed my, what? Lu Yao blushed and didn't say the word, but she only vaguely stated the obvious. To punish you. Jiang Chen squeezed her nose. Tell me these things in the future, don't hide them from me. This time, I was here. What if I wasn't here? Although she was being punished, she felt warm. Pouting, she whispered in defense, I didn't know he would get these people to. Why are they so narrow-minded? Although it was a bit shameful, she was more relaxed after the punishment. Jiang Chen looked at Lu Yao, whose mood was stable. Then he opened the holographic screen of the watch. He selected the phone book and immediately called Sumitomo. Hey, Mr. Sumitomo. If it's convenient, can you help me investigate this individual? Outside the car window, Chen Sen only slightly raised his eyebrows while standing in front of the man dressed as a samurai. Seeing as Chen Sen stopped moving forward, Ito Shaosa thought he was afraid. He regained some courage and screamed sternly, get the Fu*K away. Mr. Sensei has learned the truth of the Ying blade. One swing will even cut steel. Money is a good thing, but you must have a life to spend it. Just leave the woman in the car and I won't care about what just happened. Money is a good thing, but you must have a life to spend it, Chen Sen repeated the same sentence, grinning. This sentence is for you too. As he spoke, he took a step forward and looked provocatively at the man dressed as a samurai. I just stepped forward. Let me see how you can cut my arms off. Chi, 1, does have its own uniqueness. The blade moved a half-inch, and the man's slightly narrowed eyes suddenly opened. But the secret of my blade can pierce your weakness. The voice hadn't faded before a blade slashed down. Lu Yao, who had just calmed down, immediately covered her eyes. She seemed to have foreseen the bodyguard's blood splashing. However, there was only a crisp clang. The scene of the blade piercing through flesh didn't appear. Lu Yao slowly opened her eyes and looked at them incredulously. The bodyguard only raised one arm and parried the seemingly unstoppable slash. How's that possible? The samurai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the chipped blade. However, he didn't have time to be shocked. A huge fist appeared in his vision and sent him flying along with his remaining consciousness. What chi? Sitting in the car, watching the man sent flying, Jiang Chen laughed. That's my Fu*King kinetic skeleton. An ordinary person could easily take down a strong man. This was the power of technology. I thought it was martial arts. Lu Yao stuck out her tongue and held Jiang Chen's arm tightly. Let's go back. Aha, Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. At the same time, outside the window, Mr. Shaosa, who lost his last trump card, was starting to be in despair. Don't come. Ito Shaosa looked at Chen Sen, who was walking toward him in horror. He felt like his legs were shaking. He didn't care about his face or dignity at this moment. He screamed, I am sorry. I beg you, don't hurt me. Chen Sen, with a grimacing smile, looked at him like a cat looking at a mouse that was forced into a corner and walked toward him unhurriedly. Incoherently begging for mercy, Ito Shaosa tried to move back. He wanted to turn and run away, but his legs weren't listening to his commands. He fell to the ground, desperately searching for anything to help him stand up, but he accidentally grabbed the chipped blade, cutting his hand. Ah! Screaming while letting go of the blade, looking at Chen Sen standing in front of him, sweat began to appear on Ito Shaosa's forehead. He didn't look like a respectful gangster at all. Chen Sen raised his fist. But before he could punch down, he smelled an odd scent. The boss of the gang actually peed himself and fainted. *Y, Chen Sen cursed, fixed his collar, and walked to the car. However, an alarm bell sounded not far away. Chen Sen stopped and looked back. On the road not far away were flashing red and blue lights. Soon, 2 police cars that arrived late stopped by the roadside. Several policemen quickly got out and said a few things to Chen. Senator when Jiang Chen saw the person who first stepped out of the police car, Jiang Chen, who was wondering if he should call a lawyer, suddenly had a strange expression. The world was too small. 1. Qi, a mysterious flow of air described in marital arts that gives one power. After the last time she left Ginza, Kuai's life hit an all-time low. In her career, she was transferred from downtown Yodo to the county of Yodo, Hakioji. Obviously, the force behind the club didn't plan to just spare her on this. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to explain why she was demoted without making any mistakes. When she thought that person's influence reached the police system, she was overwhelmed by a chilling fear. As in her romantic life, after she lost her virginity, she could no longer treat her boyfriend the same. So, her suspicious boyfriend suspected she had an affair and chose to break up with her after giving her a slap on the face. It didn't matter since life didn't matter anymore anyway. After encountering the dark side of society, Kuai thought about suicide. After spending more than a year in a gloomy state, she finally got her life together. She decided that no matter how dark and decadent society was, she must act worthy of the badge on her shoulder. Then after 2 months, she accidentally met an acquaintance on this country road. What happened, Chief? Seeing his long-legged, beautiful boss was frozen in place, the police officer who was preparing to question what happened looked at her, puzzled. 5 or 6 meters away, the back door to the Lure FA6 parked in the middle of 4 vans opened. With the help of the bright headlights, she saw a man in a suit looking at her side with a smile. No, nothing. Kuai stared back at Jiang Chen's smile, but her body instinctively trembled. She eventually worked up the courage and said to Jiang Chen coldly, "You're suspected of brawling in public. Please come to the police station for questioning." Several police officers focused on Kuai. It was the first time they saw their female boss, who was transferred from Yodo, stuttering. It was the first time they saw their female boss, transferred from downtown Tokyo, speaking while biting her tongue in the face of a suspect. Brawling? Jiang Chen smiled and took a step forward, making the frightened Kuai take a step back instinctively. Looking at her stubborn and stiff expression, Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Miss Kuai, you can't talk nonsense. Before you got here, I didn't even get out of the car. How could I have brawled? What's more, any discerning person can see that it's the thugs who started the brawl." The police officers standing behind her had even more peculiar expressions. How did this man know their boss's last name? Officer Kuai didn't seem to have introduced herself at the beginning. Using all her courage to stop her desire to retreat, Kuai said coldly, Evidence. Evidence. Jiang Chen grinned. With his status, many things didn't require evidence at all. There was something called diplomatic immunity. Even if he did anything wrong, according to the Vienna Convention, the country would send him back to his country of origin at most and ban him from the country. But was this possible? Even if he was the one who started the brawl, the country would try to do everything possible to clean up after him. After all, it was a crucial period for power negotiations. However, it was too boring to use diplomatic immunity now. Jiang Chen gestured at the bodyguard sitting in the driver's seat. "Give Officer Kuai a look at the evidence." The bodyguard nodded and pushed the door open. Soon, a tablet was stuffed into her hands. "You're looking at the footage taken by the driving recorder. You can clearly see that the man lying on the ground that peed his pants started the fight." Jiang Chen walked beside Kuai, looked at her shaking hands holding the tablet, and a smirk appeared. "Officer Kuai. Can you keep it steady? Don't drop my tablet." Jiang Chen suddenly approaching her made Kuai almost throw the tablet in her hands. Angrily looking at the innocent-looking Jiang Chen, she involuntarily took a step back. Kuai, realizing her flustered emotions, closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths. Finally, she calmed her breath, opened her eyes, and sighed. "As evidence, I need to bring the tablet back to the station for backup. The driving recorder can prove your innocence, but your bodyguard must take a trip with us and go to the station to make a transcript. I hope you can cooperate." "As you wish." Jiang Chen showed an indifferent expression then looked at Chen Sr., "Please accompany Officer Kuai to the police station." Chen Sen nodded and replied concisely, "Yes, boss." Jiang Chen nodded, looked at Kuai again, and suddenly sighed with exaggeration. "I deeply regret the security in your country. In particular, the discrimination of your police has tarnished my reputation. It seems that I have to rethink whether your country has developed investment value worthy of a developed country." Jiang Chen then paused, hiding his smug smile. He turned his back to Kuai and said to himself, "Well, this is an investment involving hundreds of billions of dollars. I'll have to apologize to the Sumitomo Group and the Nippon Energy Agency." Oh, what a pity. When Kuai heard the Sumitomo Group, Kuai's heart, which finally calmed down, suddenly raced again. She knew the political power behind the 6 consortiums in Nippon. Even her boss, the head of the Yodo Police Department, couldn't withstand the anger of the Sumitomo Foundation. Wait a minute. Looking at Jiang Chen going into his car, Kuai wanted to stop him. But the Lure FA6 already started the engine and stormed away. Looking at the back of the car, Kuai's lips tightly pressed together, her shoulders shivered, and tears were about to fall out. "Why? Why do you bully me like this? Why do you have to do all this to me? Do we have such a big grudge? When are we going? Chen Sen, like a wooden man, said with a blank expression. Now. She squeezed out the word and walked toward the police car. In the Luer FA6, Jiang Chen and others returned to the highway leading to the mansion at the foot of Mount Fuji. Why did you bully her like this? Lu Yao giggled while covering her mouth. Her soft fist slammed into Jiang Chen's shoulder. She's just a police officer. You're the richest man in the world. I don't know why. Jiang Chen shrugged. I just wanted to see her self-righteous face look frustrated. So I opened my mouth. He was kidding, a business that involved billions of dollars wouldn't be affected by this. Jiang Chen just wanted to scare her and never thought of using his influence to make things difficult for her. Just like Lu Yao said, she was just a small police officer. When the Sumitomo Foundation solved Congress's problem, the contract would be signed. After signing, he would leave the small island country. It was just that Jiang Chen didn't expect this girl would actually be scared by a few words. It seemed the impression left on her was too vivid. I didn't expect to see such a naughty side of you, Lu Yao said. Just once in a while. Jiang Chen laughed. With a bit of ridicule, their laughter blended into the night in the rural area. For him, everything that happened tonight was only a small entertainment. At that moment, this episode already came to an end. As for those who were hiding behind the scenes, naturally, someone would clean up after him. In the morning, a ray of sunshine scattered into the room. Lying in Jiang Chen's arms, Lu Yao, who hadn't yet taken off the evening gown from last night, moved her cherry lips. Her silk-like skin under the sunlight was as beautiful as a piece of jewelry decorated with gold. Master, breakfast is ready. Do you need me to bring it up? Standing at the edge of the bed, Qian Xia, dressed in a maid uniform and white stockings, woke up Jiang Chen with her sweet voice. Yes, bring it over. Okay master, please wait. Looking at Qian Xia's back, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a gentle bite on his chest. Lu Yao's resentful eyes drifted toward him, and her finger circled on his chest. I already spent so much energy feeding you, but you're looking at other women the moment you get up. What are you thinking about? Jiang Chen pinched her delicate nose. Lu Yao turned over and wanted to sit up. But it was still hurting. Her eyebrows furrowed in pain, and she fell down. And don't force yourself, lie down for a bit longer. You bad person, why did you go so hard? You asked for it, Jiang Chen said with a smirk. Lu Yao blushed. She did ask him to use force when squeezing her hands. But at that time, her brain was in an unconscious state, and she didn't realize how tremendous his power was. So after she woke up, she discovered her hands were all red. Enjoying this quiet time, Jiang Chen picked up the remote control and turned on the TV on the wall. The news was playing on the TV. Although he didn't understand, his watch had built-in instant translation function. Morita Real Estate CEO Morita Masahiro is suspected of tax evasion. The amount involved is in the billions. The power money trade behind the scenes is shocking. The eldest son, Morita Yosuke, the heir to Morita Real Estate, was suspected of collusion with the Yakuza, and he has repeatedly hired gangs to engage in human trafficking, kidnapping, and other illegal activities. After receiving the report, the Yodo Police Department has arrested 2 men. The father and son met in prison and burst into tears. The scene was touching but also served as a reminder. The poor man must have something to hate. If they know this will happen one day, why bother? On the TV, Jiang Chen saw the man he met at the entrance of the cinema. In his memory, Mr. Morita was the one who wore a white suit and said, "Get the Fu*K away." Shaking his head with a smile, Jiang Chen changed the channel. Sumitomo certainly knew how to deal with the situation. Jiang Chen remembered that he merely mentioned the name Morita Yosuke last night. They not only finished their investigation, but they also helped him handle the problem. For a big consortium that controlled the political scene of the country, it was too easy to handle a real estate developer without a clean background. It was better than doing it himself. Looking at future technologies advertisements on TV, Jiang Chen yawned leisurely. Lu Yao, who was lying on his chest, popped up as if she remembered something. Right, what did you inject me with last night? A drug that strengthens the body. It also has the effects of delaying aging, enhancing recovery, improving metabolic function, whitening, Jiang Chen explained. In fact, it was an E-grade genetic vaccine. He also injected Xia Shiyu with the same thing. The higher the level of genetic agent, the greater the risk of uncontrolled mutation, and the lower the grade, the safer it was. The safest was the E-grade, which was the so-called civilian-grade physical strengthening drug from before the war. Strength wasn't necessarily better the more you had. For example, Jiang Chen never thought about injecting an A-grade genetic vaccine which had a higher than 90% lethality rate, although that stuff could turn him into a real Superman. What's the other one? Lu Yao tilted her head. Birth control. Lu Yao rolled her eyes and punched his chest lightly. After a while, Qian Xia brought breakfast to the bedside table. Jiang Chen, in a rare instance, enjoyed his lavish and corrupt life. He lay in bed and let the two girls feed him. Honestly, the idea was better on paper. But being fed wasn't as comfortable as he imagined. Jiang Chen wanted to take the spoon and feed himself so many times. After the meal, Jiang Chen sat up from the bed and went to the bathroom to clean himself. When he came out of the bathroom, Qian Xia had already pressed his suit and respectfully held it in front of him. Your clothes and the hostess evening gown have been cleaned and dried. Is there anything else I can do for you, master? No, I have a business meeting today. I will get home at 5 o'clock. I will eat lunch outside, so just prepare dinner. Okay, master, Qian Xia said with a smile as she bowed. Jiang Chen nodded, pleased. He felt closer and closer to this maid. Maybe he would bring her home one day. Although his mansion was taken care of by drones, he always felt something was missing after everything was taken care of by machines. Sitting in the Lure FA6, Jiang Chen first took Lu Yao to the cruise hotel, then told the driver to head for the Prime Minister's residence. The Sumitomo Foundation was very efficient. When Jiang Chen arrived at the Prime Minister's residence, some people were wearing headscarves at the door and were protesting to the Prime Minister with the slogans of abolishing nuclear power and containing electricity prices. The police stayed around to maintain order, and media relayed the protests in front of the Prime Minister's residence to the entire world. In fact, from the slogans, the two arguments of this protest were completely contradictory. For a resource-limited island country, nuclear power was almost an inevitable choice. Nuclear power costs weren't cheap, but nuclear power was a cheaper alternative for a country where oil and natural gas were all imported. In this case, there would be no doubt what kind of proposals the Prime Minister and the cabinet would discuss. When Jiang Chen saw the Prime Minister again, he discovered that the word tired was almost written on his face. Obviously, he didn't sleep at all last night, and he was in a meeting for the entire morning. Even if he was unwilling, pressure from public opinion in Congress forced him to make a decision as soon as possible. Because of external and internal pressure, a decision that typically required 3 days came out the next day. The Prime Minister did indeed give Jiang Chen a satisfactory answer. We welcome Celestial Trade's investment. Regarding the construction of submarine transmission lines, we have no objections. The only requirement is that the construction of this transmission line must be completed by domestic companies, and maintenance must also remain in the country. As compensation, we're willing to accept your request to cover 70% of the capital cost for the project. A genuine smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He held the Prime Minister's extended hand. No problem. I look forward to our cooperation then. After negotiating with the Prime Minister, Jiang Chen went to the cruise hotel. When he got on the elevator, he happened to bump into Miss Tang, who gave him her phone number. Tang Yen said hello to him with enthusiasm, but there was a hint of resentment in her eyes. Obviously, she was still somewhat disappointed that Jiang Chen didn't show up to her appointment. Last night, she deliberately took an extra long shower and even put on light makeup after, ordered 2 bottles of expensive red wine, and waited for half the night. After a few words with Jiang Chen, the elevator reached the floor she was going to, and she left the sentence, "I'll wait for you to call," before she hurried off the elevator. Arriving on the 15th floor, Jiang Chen went to Lu Yao's room, knocked on the door gently, and the door quickly opened. Lu Yao in a t-shirt and jeans saw Jiang Chen and her eyes lit up. "Take a sit, I will get you some water." Jiang Chen examined the room and saw the suitcase beside the door. "You're packing." "Well, the premiere ended. According to the arrangement, we have a fan meet-up in Hokkaido, and then I will return to Hua, with 2 glasses of water," Lu Yao said reluctantly. "It's okay, my negotiation is over. I have to go in a few days too." Jiang Chen rubbed Lu Yao's hair and looked at her with a smile. "What are you thinking about?" Lu Yao puffed her cheeks, with both of her hands on her chin, and muttered. "I was thinking, when will be the next time I get to see you?" "You make it sound like this is a farewell. If you have no problem with the schedule, you can come to Xian at any time." Jiang Chen laughed. "That's true." Lu Yao grinned and hugged Jiang Chen. Her beautiful eyes shone with brilliance as she pouted. "I am leaving this evening. Before that, don't you want to do something?" After lunch with Lu Yao in the hotel restaurant, Jiang Chen looked at the time. Seeing that it was almost time, after noting her to be careful, Jiang Chen bid farewell with her. When taking the elevator downstairs, Jiang Chen happened to run into Director Wu Hao, so he asked about the premiere. According to Director Wu, the response from the cinema line was quite good. According to the survey after the premiere, the audience that participated at the screening gave a score of 8.9. For the most important special effects of science fiction films, the audience gave a score of an astounding 9.7. Unbelievable, a visual feast. The audience used these 2 lines to summarize the modeling and production of virtual image animation. It was no surprise to Jiang Chen that the film received this recognition. Virtual image animation that could produce for Hollywood proved its ability in Time Curtain, and the innovative VR modeling shooting allowed many scenes in the film to be presented in the VR environment by the actors. Accounting for overseas box office, we are fully confident we can break through the 2 billion mark. Director Wu assured Jiang Chen. Dollars? Director Wu's expression was somewhat awkward as he coughed. Ahem, yuan. They still had a long way to go. It would be unrealistic to change the reputation that existed for many years. But in any case, it was a good start. After leaving the hotel, Jiang Chen got in his Luer FA6 and told the driver to go home. On the way home, Jiang Chen received a call from Sumitomo. "Mr. Jiang, are you satisfied with the way we handled the situation?" "Very satisfied." Jiang Chen knew that he was referring to Morita Yosuke, so he smiled. "Your work efficiency is impressive." A hearty laugh came through the phone. "Right, how about Mr. Prime Minister's reply? The submarine transmission cables has been decided. You should receive approval soon. On the other hand, the government requires that the construction and maintenance of the cables must be domestic companies." Here, Jiang Chen deliberately paused. Sure enough, Sumitomo suddenly became anxious. Although the income of the construction is not comparable to the profit of power import, it is nothing to laugh at. Moreover, the construction and maintenance of the entire project are all funded by the government, and the risk is almost zero compared to other projects. How could he let the money slip away from him? Submarine cable? Sumitomo Group is fully capable of taking over this project. You see, with a flattering tone, Sumitomo said on the phone. Of course, I appreciate your ability to do things. If there is no accident, this project will of course be handed over to you. Jiang Chen said, but because the project has to go through the approval, everything must be in accordance with the process. We tender, you bid, as long as the price is not too outrageous, we will give you priority as a construction party. Thank you Mr. Jiang. Sumitomo was elated. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen closed the holographic screen. It was better to do a favor and make a friend. His cooperation with the Sumitomo Foundation was quite enjoyable. His work was also very understanding. If all goes smoothly, Jiang Chen didn't mind cooperating with them. For Celestial Trade and Future Group, choosing an influential family as a spokesperson has considerable benefits in all senses. In addition, if Sumitomo's status in the family continued to rise, this would also be of great benefit to the cooperation between the two parties. Back in the mansion, Jiang Chen threw his clothes to Qian Xia, and then went to the bathroom to take a shower. The framework for cooperation was decided, and the next step was basically the signing and discussing the details of the cooperation. These trivial things did not require him, and he already ordered a special project team to be responsible for the entire global power grid project. 2 days later, the team responsible for contact with the Central Power Company and the Sumitomo Group would arrive in Japan and live there until the cable was complete. Inside the bathtub, Jiang Chen was planning his day tomorrow while splashing around in the water. After washing for half an hour, he stepped out the bathroom while rubbing his hair with a towel. Qian Xia had put delicious food on the table and respectfully waited at the bathroom door. "Master, the food is ready." Putting the towel on the clothes that needed to be changed, Jiang Chen looked Qian Xia and nodded. "Good job, let's go eat together." "Yes, master." The standard maid-style smile, Qian Xia followed Jiang Chen, and went to the dining room with him. The food on the table was very fulfilling, which made Jiang Chen even more hungry. However, when he picked up his chopsticks and was ready to start, the doorbell rang. Jiang Chen looked at the time. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Then, he muttered in his mind. Who could it be at this time? Kuai anxiously stood at the entrance to the mansion while holding tightly onto a tablet. The police car behind her and the police uniform on her body did not give her any sense of security, because the people living inside could already ignore all these. Although the manor that covered 1,000 acres was magnificent, but in her eyes, it was as daunting as the devil's Denver. There was a voice shouting in her heart that a devil lived inside. She wanted to turn around and escape countless times, but she eventually lost to the fear inside her. Whenever she thought about the news she saw in the morning, Ito, who was taken away by the Yodo Police Department and 2 men in suits, she could not help but feel despair. She already interrogated from Ito that he was employed by Morita Yosuke to do this stupid thing. However, Morita Yosuke, who hired him, was jailed early in the morning. What does this mean? Even if she were slow, she could guess that something must be hidden behind all this. Then, the Yodo Police Department sent people to take away Ito in an unprecedented manner. The rumor reported that Morita real estate was maliciously acquired by the Sumitomo Group. There was only one explanation. What Jiang Chen said that night was all true. Gently biting her lower lip, a hint of determination appeared in her eyes, and she pressed the doorbell again. The courtyard door of the mansion opened. Standing in front of her was a girl dressed in a maid costume. Her smile was also pure, it was easy to feel close to her. In the heart of Kuai, the maid was a poor girl that is forced to surrender to the devil. "Come in, master is waiting for you in the living room." Qian Xia smiled and said politely. "Master?" Kuai took a second to process before she cursed in her mind. This pervert. Through the stone brick road in the front yard of the mansion, Qian Xia opened the door for her, and invited her in. From the red carpet on the ground, to the marble handrails on the stairs, and the oil paintings with golden borders on the walls, all of them displayed the corruption of the high class. In the living room, Kuai saw the man who made her sleepless at night. At the moment, He was smiling at her. Kuai placed the tablet on the sofa, staring into Jiang Chen's eyes, and said with a blank expression. I came to return the tablet. The evidence has been copied. Jiang Chen smiled, responded to her sight, and said softly, just for this? Gently biting her lip, Kuai slightly bowed her head and said quickly. Anne. I mistaken you yesterday, sorry. After listening to her words, Jiang Chen smiled. Miss Kuai, you are the police, you should know. If you can apologize to solve the problem, then why do we need the police? What do you want me to do? Her expression was stiff, and Kuai immediately turned serious and cold. However, she clearly chose the wrong target. This majestic expression may be effective when interrogating criminals, but for the man standing in front of her, it was not useful at all. This is your attitude when you apologize? Jiang Chen shrugged innocently. It seems that I need to call your boss and ask him. When the police are on duty, are they all so rude and disrespectful? The serious expression suddenly collapsed. The fierce eyes softened into an arc of grievances. You. Is it fun making this difficult for me? Very interesting. Otherwise, I won't make it difficult for you. Jiang Chen said in his mind, but his expression remained intact, and he continued to smile. I didn't mean to make it difficult for you. But Miss Kuai, we all know that if you do something wrong, you have to pay the price, don't you? What do you want? Grinding her teeth and avoiding his sight, Kuai squeezed out a few words. You know what I want. Jiang Chen smiled. Kuai's face turned white and then turned dark. Her lower lip was turning white because of her clenched teeth. Just as Jiang Chen felt that he teased her enough, and he should send her away or the dishes would turn cold, Kuai seemed to be determined and stated in an icy tone. I know, that right? So aware. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and changed his mind. Oh. It seems that you are ready. It was him last time anyway, I'll just pretend I got bit by the same dog. Kuai lowered her head in humiliation and defaulted to Jiang Chen's statement. Can you do me a favor? Jiang Chen's eyeball turned, and then looked at Qian Xia beside him. I need you to help me prepare some props. Of course. With a splendid maid-style smile, Qian Xia slightly raised her skirt and respectfully said, the master's order is absolute for Xia Xia. Let me think about it, some things should be available in the nearby town. Iron chains, leather whip, ropes, small clips. Me think about it, what else, Jiang Chen said while smiling wickedly, then looked at Qian Xia from the corner of his eye. For now, you should know which store you can buy these from. When he spoke, he did not suppress his volume. He deliberately said this to her. He was very curious. After hearing this, would she run and flee in fear? If she escaped, whatever, he didn't plan to use all these anyway since he was about to go back. If she didn't run. Hey, her body is quite honest. What happens next will be entertainment for the night. Kuai did not notice Jiang Chen's sight, she just felt numb and her hands and feet were trembling. The door was behind her, there was no lock, she wanted to turn around and escape, and she has confidence to escape. But somehow, her feet were glued to the red carpet, and she couldn't move half an inch. The breeze blew through, mixed with the scent of jasmine. The innocent maid walked by her side and went to the nearby town to buy the punishment tools, according to the so-called master's instructions. At this moment, there was only 2 people in this room. Come here. The devil smiled at her and waved. No, her throat made a voice of sorrow, and although she resisted, she moved subconsciously. Seeing her obedient behavior, the devil smiled more cheerfully and was waving her over. Step by step she moved forward but resisting in her mind. She didn't know why, as the devil was getting closer and closer to her, an uncontrollable heat suddenly rushed into her heart. Her hands were pinched tightly in front of her chest, feeling the pounce of her heart, as if her heart didn't belong to her at all. What she didn't know was that it was at this moment. Behind the abyss of fear in her heart, the opium blossomed, sprouting a different feeling. The smile on Jiang Chen was more and more bright. Occasionally, only occasionally, especially in front of a masochist, sometimes he would also reveal his unknown sadist side. On the third day, Kuai left the mansion without her soul. There were no traces of scars on her body, her uniform was neat and tidy, and nothing seemed odd, but she felt something had shattered inside her. Dignity? Pride? Maybe both. What happened over the last 2 days she swore she would not tell another soul. If she saw Jiang Chen before, she would only be scared. However now, she was not only psychologically afraid of the face and name, but also horrified to find out that she actually doesn't hate him. At the beginning, she resisted Jiang Chen holding her hands. But later, she was proactive and even began to call him master. Of course, it was forced. Looking at the business card in her hand, she wanted to tear it apart, but in the end, she still resisted her impulse. She remembered when she was lying on the carpet without any life inside her, Jiang Chen said with a smirk. How should I say this, maybe I went a little overboard. I do feel bad. After all, I'm the man that took your first time, and I should have been gentle with you. Don't overthink, I won't apologize. But, I will give you a little compensation. Keep this business card with my personal number on it. If you get into any trouble, remember to call me. Of course, if you have a need, you can also call this number. What need? Hesitating for a moment, she put the business card into her bag. Kuai took a deep breath to calm her chaotic mind. She took out her car key and left the place. Standing by the window, Jiang Chen looked out at the exhaust that gradually dissipated, and his smirk remained. Although he was going to return to Xian tomorrow, he had a feeling that they will meet again. After the premiere of Three Body ended, the film was released to major theaters. Just 2 days after, the box office of Three Body, in the first weekend also came out. It was quite an impressive result to achieve a box office of 310 million yen with just 300 screens. In contrast, the audience of science fiction works in the Nippon film market was quite limited. This point could be seen from Star Wars 7, that scored $500 million in the first week internationally, lost to a game adaptation film, Monster Watch 2. Even the Hollywood special effects blockbuster didn't manage to please the audience. In any case, with this spectacular result, director Wu could begin the production of Three Body 2 with full confidence. The sci-fi movie genre within Hua will once again begin its journey to prove its worth. At the beginning of March, Jiang Chen boarded the plane back to Xian. Originally, he planned to head to South Korea to discuss the power export business with Samsung Group. However, the news from the European side forced him to temporarily change his plan and return to Xian in advance. When he got off the plane at Koro, Aisha was already waiting for him in the special tunnel. When she saw Jiang Chen, she rushed to him and wrapped her arms around his neck. Did you miss me? Looking at the sapphire-like pupils, Jiang Chen smiled and touched Aisha's hair. Aisha nodded hard, didn't talk, and just buried her head into his shoulders in joy. Okay, come down now, don't you see Jiang Chen is very troubled? In high heels, Xia Shiyu sighed, patted Aisha's back, and then looked at Jiang Chen with some resentment. It has almost been half a month and you are finally back. Ahem, a busy schedule. Jiang Chen scratched his cheek awkwardly. Of course, he wouldn't say that he actually finished all his work 3 days ago, but for some reason he only came back 3 days later. Your relationships are so good, count me in too. Natasha, who had a smug look on her, walked over. She put her hands lazily behind her head. From her beach-style t-shirt, she should be in Xian for vacation. 2 sharp sights locked onto her immediately. Natasha hurriedly waved to the 2 women and laughed heartily. I am just kidding, don't take it seriously. Just a joke. Xia Shiyu said suspiciously. Other women can, but she gives me a bad feeling," still hanging on to Jiang Chen, Aisha said. They did not stay at the airport for long. With the baggage given to the accompanying bodyguards, Jiang Chen took the girls with him. Because of the limited seating of the Lamborghini, his preferred ride became the custom-designed Lure. Because the model wouldn't be released to the market, this car didn't have an accurate price tag. However, from the titanium alloy shell and the high-power electric engine, the cost of this car was then $10 million. After getting into the car, Jiang Chen got behind the steering wheel and drove onto the road. Judging from the streets on both sides, the city had already taken shape as a cosmopolitan. Travelers from all over the world strolled on the streets. With the sea breeze blowing from the western Pacific Ocean, Jiang Chen looked at Natasha, who was sitting with Aisha in the back through the mirror, and asked casually. Are you working for the Russian KGB or for the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs? I always feel that your work boundaries are getting more and more blurred. Did you go back to deal with work some time ago? If I didn't guess wrong, was your destination Europe? Accurately speaking, it is the Russian-Ukrainian border. But unlike before, the main content of my work is planning. You know, the situation in Europe is quite different now. From the Baltic countries to the Black Sea border in Romania, deployment of troops seems to be increasing. You haven't answered my previous question yet. Jiang Chen smiled. Well. Natasha's expression was awkward. She hesitated for a while and answered the question. My current status is a bit subtle. On the one hand, my position has indeed changed from the Russian Federal Intelligence Agency to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. However, I still haven't pulled out of Ukrainian affairs, but just retreated from field work to work behind the scene. It's very troublesome to explain. You are not a person in our system. It's hard to understand all this mess. Natasha then paused and said seriously. But you can be rest assured that when I come to Xian, I absolutely have no intention to inquire about your intelligence. Our country attaches great importance to our friendly cooperation with you. That's enough. Jiang Chen interrupted her with a smile. If I didn't believe this, I wouldn't let you stay in my house. Russia is not stupid. They know Aisha, the senior official of the Xian National Intelligence Agency, stayed with him. How could they plant an agent in to spy on him? Not to mention that he has never had the habit of placing confidential documents in his own home. The only place used for office work can only be accessed after obtaining permission. Natasha gratefully smiled at Jiang Chen, but soon she pouted in dissatisfaction. She noticed that Jiang Chen used the word "let you stay." Aisha, beside her, smirked. Perhaps because they were natural enemies, every time she sees Natasha being displeased, she feels an odd sense of pleasure. The construction of the submarine transmission cable from Anj Island to Malaysia was half complete. Construction had also begun for the cable to Australia. The cable from the New Malaysia Special District to India had also entered the preparation stage of the project. As Jiang Chen had planned, the global power grid plan was progressing. Only due to the accidents in Europe did Jiang Chen have to end his trip ahead of schedule. In the list of first countries that joined Celestial Trade's global power grid, the name South Korea won't be a part of it. But it didn't matter. Jiang Chen couldn't travel the world for several cables. When other countries see the benefits of importing electricity from Xian, they will naturally come to negotiate. At that time, it will no longer be a buyer market, but an absolute seller market. Promoting the electrification of society, drastically reducing the cost of industrial electricity, improving the energy structure, and reducing the burden of thermal power generation on the environment. These were all visible benefits. Jiang Chen also believed that most countries would not turn a blind eye to this. After returning to Xian, the first thing Jiang Chen did was convene a Xian Reserve shareholders meeting and put forward a resolution that had a profound impact on the country. Without any precious metals as a guarantee, the Xian Reserve announced that it will issue a total of 14 trillion XND in 3 batches this February according to the annual GDP data announced by the Xian National Bureau of Statistics. And in the next 5 years, the XIN reserve will relax the restrictions on currency issuance to meet the needs of the market. Does the market really need it? When Jiang Chen proposed this resolution at the shareholders' meeting, everyone was rattled. It was not just printing banknotes, it was simply flooding the market. Bankers and capitalists of XIN sat in the meeting, most of whom were directly or indirectly supported by Future Group. Of course, many of them also emigrated from other countries in the Commonwealth. After all, in history, this island was once a British colony. When they heard the resolution proposed by Jiang Chen, someone immediately stood up and raised objections. It's too crazy. The economy of XIN is finally stable. Printing money on such a large scale will undoubtedly cause a large-scale devaluation. This is not printing banknotes, but a bubble. What is the use of printing so many banknotes? I can't see any benefit except inducing inflation. I don't have any opinions on printing money, but the figure of 14 trillion is simply whimsical. The total amount of money we are currently issuing is only 13 trillion XIN new dollars, and the currency circulation is less than 500 billion, is it crazy? Standing in the meeting, Jiang Chen looked around at the shareholders. Ladies and gentlemen, our currency circulation is close to 1/3 of the total amount of money, which means what? This means we have this strength. Bubble? I want to ask you, how much of our GDP is a bubble? Which of the many businesses of Future Group became a Fortune 500 company through real estate or financial speculation? I want to ask you, how much of the 90% of GDP I contributed is a bubble? In a domineering speech, all the shareholders were speechless. As Jiang Chen said, 90% of the GDP of the country was directly related to the two companies, Future Group and Celestial Trade, and the remaining 10% was basically indirectly related to this man. After all, 4 years ago, people on Panu Islands were still fishing and farming. Today, more than 4 years later, they not only built the longest submarine tunnel in the world but even built an elevator to the geosynchronous orbit and established a colony on the distant moon. Everything in this country was because of the man in front of them. This is 1 XIN new dollar, the currency of our country. Jiang Chen took out a coin from his pocket and shook it in front of everyone, and then slapped it on the table. In 5 years, it will become the currency of the world. Let's start the vote. Jiang Chen glanced at all the shareholders. Let me see the courage and ambition in you. The shareholders looked at each other and exchanged opinions in whispers. Jiang Chen sat back in the seat and quietly watched everything unfold. About 10 minutes later, the statistics came out. Looking at the numbers on the big screen, there was a smile on his face. With the exception of 5 abstained and 2 votes against, almost everyone voted for it. The miracle created by Future Group has made the shareholders of the XIN reserve almost unconsciously make their choices. There was no need to doubt at all, was there? The large-scale issuance of banknotes did have a certain impact on the exchange rate of the XIN new dollar. However, because the newly issued currency did not immediately enter the market, the impact was quite limited. After all, the printed banknotes did not get used immediately, but mainly entered the market in the form of lending. However, while this was the case, the banknotes had been printed and this piece of news entered the market. For everyone, the passive depreciation seemed inevitable. The International Monetary Fund had lowered the credit rating of the XIN new dollar. Central banks had made some adjustments to the exchange rate between the XIN new dollar and their domestic currency, declining the exchange rate drastically in a short period of time. After the XIN new dollar depreciated for a while, Jiang Chen began to gradually exchange all the foreign exchange held by Future Group and Celestial Trade into XIN new dollar through Future Bank. This included the profitability of major subsidiaries around the world, including the contract signed on the Outer Space Resources Development Forum. Even if the foreign exchange did not arrive on the bank yet, it was sold to the XIN reserve by Jiang Chen in the form of a loan. This move certainly did not escape the eyes of other shareholders of the XIN reserve, but no one posed an objection. After all, the decline of the XIN new dollar was imminent. At this time, exchanging foreign exchange in hand to XIN new dollar was undoubtedly a high-risk move in the short term. Moreover, at the time when the exchange rate was free falling, the XIN reserve also needed a large number of foreign exchange reserves to stabilize the value of its currency. Buying when the exchange rate was falling means that Jiang Chen could use a small amount of foreign exchange to gain a large number of banknotes called XIN new dollar from the hands of the XIN reserve. At this moment, the central banks around the world were watching the show, seeing how the XIN reserve will play itself by printing a bunch of paper that are useless after all, and messing up its own economy. They planned to acquire the bankrupted companies once they could no longer afford to purchase raw materials. Just when everyone thought he was crazy, Celestial Trade suddenly published a resolution on its official website. According to the Regulations on the Development of Space Resources Act promulgated by XIN, in order to facilitate market management and taxation, Celestial Trade has decided in its internal meetings that the signed contracts are not affected, and from today on, including space elevator freight, cargo import, and export settlement, all businesses will terminate the use of foreign currency for settlement, and the XIN new dollar will be the only currency accepted for space resource transactions. All businesses will terminate the use of foreign currency for settlement, the XIN new dollar will be the only currency accepted for space resource transactions. When this passage was read by Secretary of State Kerry in the conference room of the Capitol, the entire conference room went quiet. Kerry was uncomfortable being the focus of countless eyes, so he moved the document away and shrugged. "I'm finished." All the tension in the conference room seemed to have disappeared, as if it were some kind of signal. The whispering gradually grew louder. Kerry sighed and sat back in his chair. He rubbed his sore eyes and glanced toward Hill and the House of Representatives. Typically, the internal meeting of the Capitol didn't include people from Congress, especially the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Mr. Paul Ryan, and Republican. But they couldn't do that anymore. The eyebrows of Hill and the Chief of Staff furrowed, and the Minister of Commerce had shut his jaw for the 10th time. The Minister of Internal Affairs looked at the ceiling thoughtfully. Economic experts and consultants exchanged opinions in small voices, but it was obvious that they did not have anything to recommend. If there was an idea, they would have brought it up already. After all, the only reason they were here was to contribute their ideas. This situation lasted for 10 minutes and finally an official broke the silence. "I don't understand the reason why they do this. The US dollar is the international currency. If it is settled in US dollars, it would make a lot of inconvenient things a lot more convenient. Obviously they are trying to save the crumbling new XIN dollar," said an economist from Harvard University. "No, maybe they have greater ambitions," Stanford University's international relations expert said. "Just a few days ago, we thought they were crazy about buying back the XIN new dollar in the foreign exchange market. It was just a temporary solution to patch up their mistake. I didn't expect everything was a trap they set." A Democrat congressman leaned back in his chair and sneered at them with disdain. "I think we are being too anxious. How big is the market for the development of space resources? At most hundreds of billions. Yes. Our core interests are still on the planet. No matter how much resources they have developed in space, they have to be circulated on the international market. The US dollar still has an undisputed influence, and to challenge the US dollar with just one space elevator. This is simply idiotic. They just captured an asteroid, not to mention the asteroid has not yet been fully developed. Even if it's fully developed, it's worth hundreds of billions at most. The global US dollar is over 90 trillion, it is not in the same order of magnitude. Unless, they can prove the profitability of the space elevator." The debate lasted for a while, but it was Hill who cleared her throat that silenced the room. Seeing everyone present here look at her, Hill spoke. "I have just exchanged views with the Speaker of the House of the Representatives. We all agree that it is necessary to send the Secretary of State to conduct a diplomatic visit to XIN. Expanding the application of the US dollar is one of our diplomatic strategic priorities. The US dollar is an international currency. The philosophy we have been working on for decades. At least, using the US dollar and the XIN dollar both for settlement. After all, the US dollar has a certain amount of liquidity in XIN, we must remind them of this. Secretary of State Kerry turned the pen in his hand, and his hands on the table spread out slightly. Europe? Recently in Europe, Hillary looked at him and said. I know. Everything has a priority. The EU is our ally, so you should go to Europe first, and when you return, make a stop in XIN on the way. Hill emphasized the words, on the way. Kerry nodded, fully comprehending. It was important to convince Celestial Trade to allow the US dollar for settlement, but they couldn't give Celestial Trade the feeling that it is too important. Just after Celestial declared that XIN new dollar as the only settlement currency for space trade, the exchange rate market experienced quite peculiar fluctuations, just like most stocks that bottomed out and rebounded to the original exchange rate at an incredible rate. Although there were many ideas speculating on Celestial Trade's decision, central banks collectively made the same decision, to increase their holding of the XIN currency. If XIN new dollar was the sole currency for outer space trade, then in order to develop its own aerospace industry with the space elevator, then a rigid demand for XIN new dollar now exists for their country. Considering that other countries had similar demand, the XIN new dollar now had room for appreciation, so the central banks all shared the same view. That was to buy XIN new dollar from the foreign exchange market with its own currency. Under the influence of these external factors, it naturally promoted the appreciation of the XIN currency. As early as when the XIN new dollar dove to the bottom, Jiang Chen bought a total of $212.7 billion worth of foreign exchange assets. According to the exchange rate at the time, he purchased $943.1 billion worth of XIN new dollar for the new reserve. Now, the exchange rate between the XIN new dollar and the US dollar was almost the same. In this event, Jiang Chen has turned over $212.7 billion of funds held by Future Group and Celestial Trade into $943.1 billion of US dollars in funds. The reason why it jumped up and down like a seesaw was because low circulation of the XIN new dollar. For any other major currencies, unless it is a financial tsunami, a large fluctuation is almost impossible. Financial instruments are obscure. When Xia Xiyu put a financial report on Jiang Chen's desk, Jiang Chen exclaimed. Even for Future Group that has grown to the present level, $943.1 billion in US dollar was still an astronomical figure. Although the money was all in XIN new dollar, the exchange rate was to remain stable in the foreseeable future. A large-scale printing of banknotes, a long-awaited regulation on the settlement currency, the two paper documents allowed Future Group to sweep more than $700 billion in just 1 month, creating Apple out of thin air. The U.S. fiscal revenue is only $5 trillion a year. Even for a country, $900 billion is not a small number. Xia Xiyu moved a chair over and sat across from Jiang Chen. Holding her chin, she smiled while studying Jiang Chen's expression. How are you going to respond? The financial market is a zero-sum game. It does not create any value in itself. If someone makes money, then it means someone must have lost money. More than $700 billion was not from thin air, but the intelligence advantage of Future Group that beat the Federal Reserve and the Wall Street predators who manipulated the foreign exchange market. It's hard to imagine that they won't fight back. Their means will be nothing more than attacking the XIN new dollar in the foreign exchange market, suppressing the exchange rate by short selling, and forced our low-priced banknotes to rot in our hands while destroying the economy of the country. Jiang Chen smiled. Xia Xiyu looked at Jiang Chen with some surprise. Are you surprised? Jiang Chen was keenly aware of the surprise in her eyes and grinned. Well, I do also study. Although this financial battle has nothing to do with him, everything was directed by the professional financial team of Future Bank, and these theories were learned from David Smith. Stop bragging, Xia Xiyu rolled her eyes and got up from the chair. The long-distance power transmission device on the lunar colony will start tomorrow. Are you sure the laser beam will not poke a hole on Earth? Jiang Chen opened his hands and helplessly said. How many times have I told you, even if it shoots at Earth, it won't penetrate the ozone layer. April 1st was a day with significant meaning for the lunar colony. Lu Fan looked up at the magnificent hemispherical building outside the colony, and there was admiration in his eyes. Power transmission to the Earth hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, in his mind, it was almost impossible to accomplish 2 months ago. However, at this moment, he didn't have any doubt that this project, a project that could be described as a miracle in the history of mankind, has been completed in their hands. The original hexagonal laser generator was wrapped in a giant hemisphere consisting of a hexagonal grid. These hexagonal grids are made of special materials. Under different conditions, it has variable transparency. According to the program, only one side of the hexagonal grids is transparent, and the other sides reflect all light. Lasers in different directions are constantly reflected throughout the sphere, and are eventually converged in one direction. Then, they are released at one point and directed at a specific point hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. This is the mechanism of the entire device. Under the precise control of the quantum computer, the direction of the beam is precisely controlled by changing the transparency of the hexagonal grid on the spherical surface. After all, this distance takes light even for a full second to travel, any error will be infinitely magnified. The target that receives the laser is moving relative to the moon all the time, and only the quantum computer with astonishing computing power can take the helm of the project. Are you very surprised? The unshaven He Biao walked to Lu Fan's side and touched his own head that was about to bald. Then, he grinned. After a few days, I can return to Earth and I can brag to everybody that the life and death of Earth were under my control for a moment. Lu Fan laughed with him. The colonial supervisor said that there would be no problems even if it is shot on the Earth. It is true, He Biao also turned his eyes to the giant egg, grinning. But who cares when I am bragging? After hearing the irresponsible speech of his boss, Lu Fan smiled and shook his head. Suddenly, he realized a problem and frowned. What if another country gives us trouble with this problem? He Biao laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Then let them give us trouble. This is a national event, something not for the ordinary us to worry about. The sky is falling and there are tall people who will be hit first, let alone those who have already gone to heaven. There are a few days left before we change shifts. If I were you, I wouldn't be thinking about all this. You might as well think about how you should spend the money you have earned in the past 6 months when you go back. While the two chatted, in the colonial command room, Tang Weijie solemnly ordered the launch. Within the giant egg, the hexagonal base began to form a dark purple light visible to the naked eye. There were no specular light beams and there were no fancy effects. Everyone waited nervously for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, a green signal light illuminated, and the command room erupted with cheers and whistles. Even Tang Weijie, who has always been calm, tossed his hat in the air. Just 3 seconds ago, or more precisely, exactly a little more than 2 seconds ago, the spectrometer next to the giant egg received a return light verifying that the laser hit the target. This beam of light that transmitted for just 2 seconds brought them the news of success. Half a minute later, Tang Weijie received a call from the ground command center. Only one sentence was sent through his phone. Congratulations to you, congratulations to us, this is a monumental moment. Jiang Chen sent his blessing to the governor of the lunar colony. Filled with excitement, he put down the phone, patted Kelvin's shoulder, and walked out of the command room. Passing through the corridor, through the front hall, and standing on the lawn outside the ground command center, he could still hear the cheers. Although he did not see it, he could imagine people embracing each other, high-fiving each other, and celebrating the accomplishment with each other. Then the tense state began to dissipate. He first smiled and soon began to laugh. It was finally successful. The last 2 months of hard work has not been in vain. It won't take long for the high-voltage electricity shot from the moon to connect the grid across the two oceans. After seeing the ultra-low cost of lunar power generation, more and more small and medium-sized countries will abandon nuclear power and thermal power, join in his global power grid plan, and be bundled with the submarine transmission cable forever. At this moment, Xia Xiu walked next to him, poked his waist, and interrupted his fantasy. "Is this it?" With a surreal tone, Xia Xiu whispered. Jiang Chen turned and gave Xia Xiu a big hug. Before her exclaim, he kissed her on the lips and looked at her pretty face. He joked with a grin, "What else? Put a rainbow aurora in the sky." A light wave shorter than the ultraviolet wavelength cannot be observed with the naked eye. Even on the space elevator, it would be impossible to see the laser that is coming from the moon. Xia Xiu blushed, and anxiously looked around. After confirming that there was no one else, she relaxed her tense body and poked the tip of Jiang Chen's nose. "You are such a child." Aisha came over and enviously looked at Xia Xiu, who was picked up by Jiang Chen, and gently pulled on Jiang Chen's shirt. "What's wrong?" Jiang Chen turned his head and smiled at her. Aisha did not speak, but the watery sapphire-like pupils spoke for her. "I also want a hug." As Jiang Chen was enjoying the company of the two beauties, the ground command center was also filled with excitement and joy. After the excitement, Kelvin looked at the three-dimensional image on the holographic screen, and cast a look full of fascination. The three satellites floating in the geosynchronous orbit formed an isosceles triangle, like a piece of art that combined the beauty of mathematics and physics. The three uniquely shaped satellites formed the prisms that remain relatively static on all three sides to either pass the laser beam or reflect the laser beam on the receiving ring on the outer side of the space elevator. There, light energy was converted into electrical energy, along the superconductor transmission lines installed outside the space elevator. Then the energy was transferred from the geosynchronous orbit to the ground, or up to Celestial City. If the space elevator only allowed the world to see the broad opportunities for the starry sky and ignite people's enthusiasm for investing in the aerospace industry, then this laser from the moon made everyone see the real benefits. Without any other products and just selling electricity, it could easily allow the lunar colony that burned hundreds of millions every month to achieve profitability. In front of the pure white presidential palace of Koro City was a beautifully constructed lawn. On this lawn, the people of Xian gathered. They looked excited and focused on the stage. In a round of applause, their beloved President Zhang Yaping stepped onto the stage, smiled, and waved his hand. He then cleared his throat and fixed the microphone. "Today is a great day. This morning, from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., our compatriots on the lunar colony have sent us 20 million kilowatt-hours of electricity. Maybe you are surprised, but I am now honored to announce this fact to you. The breakthrough we have made in long-distance power transmission technology has enabled our grid to be connected to the power grid of the lunar colony." The long-suppressed cheers erupted, and countless people shook the Xian flag in their hands and celebrated this great moment. Sitting on a special guest seat, Jiang Chen, who was looking at Zhang Yaping speaking in front of the stage, nodded and clapped. After the whole audience quieted down, Zhang Yaping looked at the people with a smile, raised his hands, and loudly stated, "All this time we had to pay for expensive electricity prices because of energy dependence, because of the high cost of nuclear power, and because of other reasons. We had to sacrifice the environment, sacrifice safety, and sacrifice our children and grandchildren's future, but now, I solemnly announce to all of you that all that has become history." The environmentalists in the audience looked at their president with excitement. Most of them were wearing green headscarves and green shirts, easily distinguishable from the crowd. Since the construction of the thermal power station and the nuclear power plant in Xian, they have raised their voices of opposition. But now, all this has finally been rewarded. Although it had nothing to do with their protests. From today, I announce. Xian will systemically remove thermal power and nuclear power. Let this picturesque archipelago stay forever. In addition, I am here to make a commitment. The basic electricity price of our country will be cut by 10 times in 1 month. The cheers in the audience roared and Jiang Chen smiled at the excited crowd. Starting today, Xian will open a new chapter and usher in a new era of electrification. Throughout the history of the world, the capital always played a pivotal role in the promotion of social progress. When the cost of electricity is infinitely compressed, energy-efficient electric equipment will naturally spread to every corner of society. Because of this light from the moon, Xian has already boarded the train to high-speed development. From pure electric vehicles to digital cities, the door to the future has now opened. Now, please allow me to hand over the rest of this time to Mr. Jiang Chen, the president of Future Group. In a round of applause, Zhang Yaping smiled warmly and welcomed Jiang Chen, who slowly walked onto the stage, as he then retreated to the side. After the thunderous applause quieted down a little, Jiang Chen cleared his throat and reached out to grab the microphone. Hello, everyone, I am Jiang Chen. I am honored to stand here and say hello to all of you. As a responsible company, we will actively respond to the policies of the Xian government. Here, I declare that starting today, Xian will shut down the first and last nuclear power plant on Koro Island. The environmentalist broke out with cheers, and Jiang Chen nodded to the people with the green headscarves. Most of the facilities used in the nuclear power plant for nuclear reaction will be dismantled, leaving only one reactor for the production of deuterium. The original site of the nuclear power plant will be converted into a safe, harmless deuterium refinery by using separation from seawater. Someone may ask, what is the deuterium used for? Is it used for nuclear weapons? Before answering this question, I want to ask you to think about a problem first. From today, we will enjoy the electricity from the moon. But how is the lunar colony generating electricity? Solar. Many scholars and experts in the world guessed this. But what I am saying here is that this is a misunderstanding. Looking at the crowd, Jiang Chen paused and raised his volume. In order to understand the possible misunderstandings, here I decided to open a document that belongs to the A-Class Confidential of Future Group. Jiang Chen noticed that when he mentioned the word confidential, the audience was silent, and everyone was waiting for him to continue. Especially the journalists, as they already smelled groundbreaking news, and they want to capture every muscle on Jiang Chen's face. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen slowly said. Not just wireless power transmission, our biggest breakthrough is controllable nuclear fusion. As early as 2 months ago, the world's first nuclear fusion generator using helium-3 and deuterium as fuel was built in the lunar colony. This sentence, like a deep-water bomb, was directly thrown into the crowd. Including journalists, Xian citizens, and tourists, everyone blanked out for 2 seconds. Through this gap, Jiang Chen wisely gave the position on the stage to Zhang Yaping, and hurriedly stepped down before the media came up. Listening to the exclamations and shouts from behind him, a smile emerged on his face. The feeling of showing off and running was certainly exciting. Jiang Chen didn't know how Zhang Yaping settled the chaos and appeased the reporters who rushed up onto the stage. After his speech, he went straight to the office at the presidential palace. About half an hour later, Zhang Yaping, who announced the end of the speech, returned to the presidential palace and went straight back to his office. After seeing Jiang Chen sitting in his office, he told the assistant to make 2 cups of black tea and then sat on the sofa opposite Jiang Chen. A very good speech, you have stolen my thunder. Have I? Then I have to give my assistant who helped me write the speech a raise. The two looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Jiang Chen tried the still hot black tea and mentioned something else. It seems that you are confident with your campaign. Of course, Zhang Yaping laughed and squinted his eyebrows at Jiang Chen's humorously. The poll shows that our support rate is over 80%, far higher than the second Whig Party in the Third Socialist Party. As long as this trend continues, I will still be sitting in this position for the next 4 years. Zhang Yaping cleverly used the phrase, our support rate. However, Jiang Chen just smiled. He gently stirred the black tea with a spoon and whispered, "This trend will continue." It is said that the Whig Party is supported by the British government. They advocate promoting XIN to join the Commonwealth. The Socialist Party is supported by the people on the other side of the Pacific. They advocate the restoration of UA governing Panu Islands as in the 1970s and abolish defense contracting. They won't cause a stir. Jiang Chen smiled and said casually, "The ghost is staring at them." A smile formed on Zhang Yaping's face. Compared to the young man who found Jiang Chen because of his ideals 4 years ago, he has now become a sleek and shrewd politician. He was very clear that as long as he holds the golden thigh of Future Group, his presidential status will be unshakable. Jiang Chen, who needed a stable political environment, would never easily replace his long-term cooperation. Just after Jiang Chen disclosed that Future Group has mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology, the internet was taken by storm. This news was published onto an official source on Weibo, and the comments section exploded. Nuclear fusion? How is this possible? Do you know the central temperature of the nuclear fusion reaction? If you don't know, I will tell you. More than 20 million degrees Celsius. There is no material in the world that can withstand this temperature. I don't know if the material exists in the solar system, but at least not on Earth. I don't know much, but I have some common sense. Since the temperature is too high, can't you turn down the fire? I think that our country's researchers can start from this angle. Since XIN can come up with a solution, it shouldn't be too difficult. Do you think the reactor is your gas stove? Ha ha ha. In addition to these non-constructive replies, many well-known influencers also left their opinions, and expressed their views on the breakthrough of the two major technical problems, long, wireless power transmission and controllable nuclear fusion. I hope that another 10,000 SCI papers can be exchanged for controllable nuclear fusion. When we are still studying how to carve on bronze, the compatriots across the ocean have already picked up the hammer and started to wrought iron. I mean nothing more than just my amazement of the change happening in our generation. A well-known news commentator shared his amazement after reading the report. Because of the breakthrough in nuclear fusion technology, the XIN electricity price has dropped from 0.22 XND to 0.12 XND. I don't know why the official source didn't report this. I saw it in the international news of Future 1.0. It seems that the title of the Country of Hope can be moved across the Pacific Ocean. XIN's housing price is not very expensive. Celestial Trade also recently announced the Mars colonization plan. People who can't afford housing can consider this since there is no need to learn foreign languages there. A streamer named Shadow Devil on Godly Land bragged on his streaming channel. Not only Hua was shocked by the technological progress of Future Group, but the UA across the ocean was also shocked. In the evening scientific talk show aired by CBS, nuclear physics expert, Professor Omar Herkan of Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory made a rare appearance. Using easy-to-understand language, he explained the difficulty of controllable nuclear fusion. As early as the 1950s, we made bold predictions that after 30 years, we can use nuclear fusion to generate electricity. But knowing that today, the word 30 years later, is still an optimistic estimate. As many people know, there is no material in the world that can withstand the high temperature of 20 million degrees. Even if there is, we have absolutely no way to use it. In the interview, Professor Herkan explained. Just a few years ago, we were infinitely close to controllable nuclear fusion technology. At our Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, in the inertial confinement fusion, 192 lasers were used to heat and compress a fuel pellet until the nuclear fusion reaction took place, and the prototype of a small nuclear fusion power generation device is already in place. The device is now in Livermore, California. It's like a metal-wrapped ball, but the reactants are smaller than a fingernail. Having said that, Professor Omar Herkan's expression became quite melancholic. They originally thought that in nuclear fusion technology, the only ones that matched them was Russia, and while Hua was catching up, they did not expect another private enterprise would suddenly emerge. The host Anderson nodded seriously and then asked, "So, how far do you think the UA is from mastering controllable nuclear fusion technology? It may be tomorrow, or it may be 30 years later." Professor Herken shook his head with a smile. "For science, unless you have crossed that door, you never know how many steps are left." When the public talked about the establishment of a celestial trade nuclear fusion power station trade, the top officials of various governments did not stop their actions. The UA took the lead in raising the budget of 3 nuclear research institutes in the country and announced that its domestic research institutes have already made major breakthroughs in nuclear fusion projects. At the same time, Kerry, who was visiting Europe, negotiated with France to establish a submarine transmission cable from the west coast to Paris. On the other hand, the capital had not forgotten to launch a diplomatic attack, obstructing the agreement on the construction of submarine cables Celestial Trade had signed with Australia and Nippon. Obviously, the Hill government has already noticed that the submarine cable laid by Celestial Trade would have an incalculable impact on the UA diplomatic strategy. Regardless of whether there is progress on controllably nuclear fusion, is there any ability to extract helium-3 only available on the Moon? The Hill government, which could no longer sit around, had begun to establish submarine cables connecting the UA and European power grids. The Russian side had been unable to increase its budget for nuclear fusion projects because of the deteriorating economy in the country. Moreover, considering that even if they developed their own controllable nuclear fusion technology, they did not have the ability to build a colony on the Moon to refine helium-3, they would ultimately have to purchase from Celestial Trade. Russia simply sent a high-level diplomat to Xi'an along with the president of its own state power company. They discussed with Celestial Trade about the construction of a submarine cable from Anj to Vladivostok. Since this submarine cable was in the same direction as the submarine cable leading to Nippon, construction could be started simultaneously. This time, Jiang Chen did not go personally, but the other party came to the table. The advantage was on Jiang Chen's side. After some discussion, Russia accepted 70% of the construction and maintenance costs of submarine cables, and Celestial Trade would also hire Russian-based companies to complete the construction of this submarine transmission cable. As for Hua, the country's attitude towards Celestial Trade making breakthroughs in nuclear fusion technology was somewhat ambiguous. As a world factory, Hua's annual power generation was also the first in the world. The magnificent Three Gorges project was a miracle of hydropower projects in the history of mankind. Its power generation was equivalent to 5 Daya Bay nuclear power plants, but the cost was far lower than the expensive nuclear power. The industrial and civil electricity prices in Hua were at a relatively low price. This was why Jiang Chen did not list Hua as the one of the first targets in establishing the global power grid plan. Because to the rich nation, his cheap electricity was not so attractive. Moreover, it was difficult for domestic enterprises to compete fairly with the colossal state grid, let alone foreign companies. Technology. Financial subsidies can achieve the same result. Is there a need? Of course, there is a need, but it is not urgent. Adhering to the tradition of making a fortune but keeping quiet, they were not vocal with their strategy of whether or not to increase the budget for the research of controllable nuclear fusion, or the establishment of a new space strategy. Just like Jiang Chen expected, the Yi family and the Liu family came to see him about the difficulty of establishing a nuclear fusion power station. After hearing the need to use helium-3 on the Moon as a nuclear material, they stopped the conversation, and instead asked if Future Group had any research on controllable fusion. If helium-3 and deuterium fusion were second-generation nuclear fusion power generation technologies, then deuterium-tritium was first-generation technology. Although the nuclear waste produced was difficult to manage, the advantage was that all the raw materials could be obtained from the ocean without relying on importing from Celestial Trade. The two countries were related by blood, but they were not without reservations. Hua would not allow the necessary energy in the country to rely on foreign imports, especially if it were monopolized by one party unless there was no better choice. Jiang Chen also wouldn't sell the information on the first-generation nuclear fusion technology as that was his cash cow. So, he euphemistically told Liu Xianghua that Future Group had no research on the controllable fusion between deuterium and tritium. Regardless if Liu Xianghua believes it or not, there was nothing he could do even if he doesn't believe it. Just as Future Group made a splash in the community arena because of long-distance wireless transmission and controllable nuclear fusion. When countries re-examined the bilateral relationship with Xi'an, another big news captured the headlines. At 9 p.m. Paris time on April 7, 2019, EU Foreign Minister suddenly announced that EU will no longer be a collective but will be a united and become a powerful single entity. Or, a country. On the sandy beaches north of Coral Island, a private island surrounded by beaches and palm trees was situated there. An elegant and chic wooden mansion was located in the middle of the island. Under the rising sun in the horizon, everything looked like it was gilded by a layer of gold. Occasionally, Jiang Chen chose to come here for a holiday or to relax. On the morning of April 1, after the long-distance power transmission startup ceremony and the afternoon speech, he flew here by helicopter with Aisha and Xia Xiyu. Now, it was the third day of their holiday. If nothing else, the entire Coral Island should now be filled with high-level officials, countless foreign journalists, and experts and scholars in the scientific community from all over the world. These people all wanted to see him, but Jiang Chen obviously wouldn't be making their wish come true. The best way to deal with the problem was to give yourself a vacation, wait for the international community to lose interest, and then make further plans. But what Jiang Chen didn't think was that it all came so fast. In the living room of the mansion, watching the EU foreign minister speaking on TV, Jiang Chen was pondering. Originally, Natasha also planned to come here for a vacation, but because of this event, she had to fly back to Moscow overnight. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and carefully recalled. When she left, her expression seemed stern. And she seems to have said, since the Cold War, the entire Eastern Europe has not been so close to the edge of war. Why? It was only a decision within the EU. Was this necessarily related to war? Jiang Chen closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. With only limited intelligence, he could not analyze the situation. Ghost agents had been working with KGB for a long time in Frankfurt, but there was no good news, which also made him feel a bit anxious. The situation seemed to be moving in an unexpected direction, but he couldn't get a reference from the future because the two worlds were not on the same line. Just then, Aisha in a swimsuit, brought milk and freshly baked bakeries to Jiang Chen. Sitting timidly next to Jiang Chen, Aisha kissed him on the cheek and spoke softly. "Eat something first." With his brows no longer furrowed, Jiang Chen smiled and kissed her on the cheek. Public display of affection in the morning. Xia Xiyu, wearing pajamas, walked out of the bedroom and brushed her hair back. She looked at the Aisha sticking next to Jiang Chen in only a swimsuit and pouted in jealousy. Of course, she was not really jealous. After half-year of coexisting, she seemed to be accustomed to the three-person life. This aspect was due to Aisha's view and character, and the two live harmoniously. On the other hand, it was purely because of Jiang Chen's desire which made it harder and harder to meet his demand. "Do you want one too?" Jiang Chen, with a smug smile, moved his face closer. "Screw you." Xia Xiyu got closer to Jiang Chen's face and, viciously, bit his ear. After listening to the painful cry that he faked, she turned around to the washroom with satisfaction. After breakfast together, the three went to the beach, set up a parasol, moved over a cold drink cart and beach chairs, and spread a beach mat on the sand. The morning sun was not hot, with the salty sea breeze, there was even a cool hint of air. Lying on the beach mat, Xia Xiyu accepted Jiang Chen caressing hand against her body as she applied sunscreen for him. Then she lied face down on the beach mat and lazily basked in the sun while leisurely watching Aisha and Jiang Chen run to the sea. I have been too lazy recently, Xia Shiyu whispered. Her fingers slid gently down on her wrist and a light blue light prism spread out. The boot screen of Future Phone appeared. Although she was on vacation, she was the CEO of Future Group, and she habitually checked her work emails every morning and evening when she opened Gene Office. Xia Shiyu got closer to her straw and took a sip as she looked at the work email and picked up the emails that needed to be replied to. The lunar colony has discovered rare earth deposits, and the reserves of rare earth elements such as lanthanum and cerium are about 3 million tons or more. Seeing this, Xia Shiyu was astonished because the subsidiaries of Future Group were involved in the mining industry. She still knew about the market of rare earths. As a rare earth exporting country, Hua's rare earth reserves accounts for 36% of the world's proven reserves, which was 36 million tons. What is the concept of 3 million tons? India's rare earth reserves were 3.1 million tons, ranking 5th in the world. The mineral deposits found in the lunar colony were almost compared to rare earth reserves throughout India. No wonder they said the moon is a giant lump of gold. This is not even gold. This is worth more than gold. Xia Shiyu moved her lips and thought for a while, and gave instructions in the email, annotating this message as B-class confidential and entered it into Future Group's database. Now because of nuclear fusion power generation, there were already too many eyes focusing on Future Group and Celestial. At this time, the lunar colony's discovery of a rare earth deposit would only draw some people to take action. Slow down the pace of announcements and release it once mining starts. Just as Xia Shiyu tossed the message aside and looked down the list, an email suddenly caught her attention. On the 4th day of his vacation, Jiang Chen ended the scheduled 7-day holiday ahead of time and boarded a helicopter back to Coral Island. Everything was because of an email that temporarily changed his vacation schedule. The evening of April 4th. A black helicopter's propellers roared, approaching a small island on the equator that was heavily guarded. It descended on the tarmac with flashing green lights. The helicopter did not come to a full stop yet, but Jiang Chen, who was in casual outfit, jumped on the tarmac and walked to Kelvin. He had been waiting here for a long time. This is the original site of the Space Launch Center. After the establishment of the Space Department, it was renamed the Celestial Trade Ground Command Center. It is the headquarters of the most extensive Space Department. Walking side by side on the way to the command center, Kelvin said with a serious look. The night before, the astronomical observation team of our Mars colonization project made an optical observation of the C1201 channel during the astronomical data analysis of the Mars route, and then discovered the thing. It is unbelievable. Is the information controlled? Jiang Chen asked without stopping. Everything has been controlled, Kelvin said solemnly. Jiang Chen nodded. The confidentiality level is listed as S-class, and the relevant personnel have to be temporarily isolated. Kelvin took a deep breath and nodded. I understand. The Mars Colonization Project team, established for the purpose of Mars colonization, was designed to address all the difficulties that may arise from the colonial ship's departure to the colonizer's life after landing on Mars. The ecosystem could be built by the Garden of Eden project from the apocalypse, but other troubles were not small. Even if it absorbed the technology from the apocalypse, many places must be personally involved in the design by modern world's researchers. In the timeline of the apocalypse, for various political and diplomatic reasons, until the war, no one from the three ideologies successfully built a colonization ship to Mars or achieved a breakthrough in scaling space activities. According to Lin Lin, there were indeed colonies of CCCP, NATO, and PAC on Mars, but they were basically scientific in nature, and the scale was naturally quite limited. After they could not achieve an ecological cycle, after the space elevator was destroyed, 3 colonies that depended on the supply from Earth were forced to be abandoned. It is not difficult to launch a spacecraft onto Mars. NASA did it a long time ago. But to build a colony that maintained a stable exchange of goods with the Earth, rather than letting Mars become a one-way ticket, was not just as simple as launching a spacecraft. Mars and the Earth have always maintained relative movements, with distances ranging from 5,500 to 40,000 million kilometers. Ensuring a stable route from Earth to Mars was the key to achieving the Mars colonization project. This work was done by the Astronomical Observation Team. Their daily work revolved around confirming the navigation channel calculated by the quantum computer. Using optical, spectral and other observation means to examine if there were obstacles such as meteorites and asteroids on the path. However, when observing the channel number C1201, they found something similar to a UFO. The two stopped in front of an aluminum alloy door with the Mars Colonization Project logo. Kevlin pulled out the graphene card and swiped it on the card reader at the door. When the door opened, Kelvin quickly walked to the holographic screen in front of him, and the project leader immediately gave up his spot. Kelvin reached out and clicked on the operation interface. Then he patted the chair of the front row staff and ordered, "Align the Celestial Trade No. 1 telescope to the number C1201 channel." "Roger." The staff member nodded and typed on the touch screen. The astronomical telescope on the faraway celestial city slightly tilted, and the lens began to zoom. Soon Jiang Chen saw that there was a dark shadow in the center of the holographic screen. The shape of the shadow was similar to the regular sphere, and the surrounding space was distorted by waves similar to wrinkles, exuding an ominous feeling. His pupils contracted, and Jiang Chen instantly tensed up. By spectral analysis of the elements, the target titanium content is above 61%. Kelvin did not notice the change in Jiang Chen's expression. He called out another orange-red spectrum diagram and explained the parameters to Jiang Chen. When he heard this sentence, he slowly relaxed his tightened fists. Although he was uncertain whether the unknown civilization used metal to arm itself, at least one thing was certain. Since the technology of harmony shifted to organism, the carbon content must be more than 50%. Slightly settling his emotions, Jiang Chen raised his chin and focused on the black sphere in the holographic screen. "What is that?" "We don't know." Kelvin's expression was extremely odd, it contained excitement and doubt. "We guess it might be a UFO, from another civilization." "Another civilization?" Jiang Chen processed the information and frowned. "Zoom in on it." "Can't do it." Kelvin shook his head. "Can't do it?" Kelvin did not explain but chose to show why. He patted the chair of the staff member sitting in front of him, and gestured to adjust the focal length of the telescope to focus on the UFO. What happened next made Jiang Chen widen his eyes. As the lens zoomed in, the image of the UFO in the center began to tear. When the distance reached a certain limit, the dark UFO started to blur, and finally disappeared from the picture. Yes, it disappeared. Silence lasted for a while, and when the staff zoomed out, Jiang Chen spoke abruptly. "Optical invisibility." "Yes," Kelvin said, nodding. "We think so too." From this point alone, it completely ruled out the possibility that the spacecraft was launched by the former Soviet Union or the UA. At present, only Celestial Trade and Future Group have mastered the mature optical invisibility technology. This UFO can be optically observed. Our technology temporarily is unable to analyze what mechanism is behind it. But one thing is certain, this function should be damaged for some reason, otherwise we should not see it at all. We definitely shouldn't be able to see a black shadow at a certain distance, as it is now. Kelvin paused for a moment and explained his own speculation. If this interpretation is true, then the only possibility is that this should be the wreckage of a UFO. Looking at the black shadow on the screen, Jiang Chen meditated for a long time, then spoke. "Is there any way to retrieve it?" Kelvin shook his head as an ugly expression appeared on his face. "It's too far away. It's 30 million kilometers away from us based on a straight-line trajectory. Our Stingray X-1 series spacecraft has a cruising radius of only 1 million kilometers. It is simply not suitable for flight outside the Earth-Moon system, let alone have it retrieve something. Just go up and have a look. Jiang Chen looked at Kelvin. We at least have to know what it is. At least we must know before other countries know what it is. After debating for a long time, Kelvin sighed. In theory, the RM-400 ion propulsion engine used by the Stingray X-1 series spacecraft already has the capability of interplanetary navigation. With the ejection port of the space elevator, it is not difficult to accelerate to the second cosmic speed and get out of the Earth-Moon system. But the key is the battery of the Stingray X-1. According to the calculation of the quantum computer, its energy is just enough for one round trip. Forcibly carrying out this mission will have a high probability of being a one-way trip. Once it is impossible to return, it'll float forever in the universe and be equivalent to a death certificate. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen made a decision. Select volunteers from active pilots in celestial trade. The rank of the individuals who participate in this top-secret mission will automatically rise by 3 levels, whether the individual returns alive or not. Install hibernation chambers in the Stingray X-1. If it is determined that it is impossible to return, allow the hibernation procedure to start and send our volunteers to the future. The problem of the spacecraft was easy to resolve. In addition to the 4 Stingray P-1s already being delivered to Future Mining, the Stingray X-1 prototypes built by Future Heavy Industries and Celestial Duty X-1 prototypes entered the delivery phase. By selecting a Stingray X-1 and adding an attack module, it could be upgraded to a Stingray A-1 with outer space combat capabilities. At present, Celestial Trade trained a total of 20 Stingray series spacecraft pilots, all of whom received training for the 3 models. The problem now was choosing one volunteer from the 20 people. As Kelvin said, there was a high probability that this would be a death flight without a return trip. If the remaining energy at the time of return wasn't enough to accelerate the spacecraft to a position close to the Earth-Moon system, it might be difficult to retrieve the spacecraft with existing technology. Although it was important to determine what the UFO was, it was impossible for Jiang Chen to spend all of his time in boundless space. The volunteer selection and psychological work were handed over to Kelvin. After receiving the guarantee of completion of the task, Jiang Chen shifted the focus of his work to the European issue. As of mid-February, 317 high-ranking European officials have died in various accidents. All the clues pointed to one source: they were all opponents of EU integration. Here, Monica Gall stood before Jiang Chen's desk, her head bowed down. "I'm very sorry, we have been misled. Before the EU integration resolution vote, we thought this was the Rothschild Consortium's plan to implement the Southern Corridor. Please raise your head, don't blame yourself too much. You are not to blame. After all of our energy has been focused on Russia's plan. After all, Europeans' ghost agents' full cooperation with the KGB to assist the coup in Frankfurt was his personal order." Watching Monica raise her head high, Jiang Chen tapped his finger, then said, "The situation in Europe is now out of our control, but it's not to an irreparable point. You will return to Europe tomorrow." "I need you to do something," Monica nodded, her expression solemn. "It will be my duty." The commercial bank headquarters, the headquarters of the Frankfurt Commercial Bank, was the tallest skyscraper in the country. It had been the tallest building since it was completed in 1997 and was the tallest building in Europe until 2003. As one of the 3 largest banks in the country, few people know that the name Rothschild was at the top of its list of shareholders. At 8 p.m. Berlin time, the building was decorated with lights. In the empty top-floor conference room, Carmen Rothschild stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding the red wine produced by his own winery, quietly watching the bustling night. Just then, a slightly short and obsessive Germanic man opened the door and walked in. "Wait for me outside." The bodyguard behind the Germanic man nodded, stepping back halfway and standing at the door. The door was closed. The Caucasian bodyguard with sunglasses and a black suit turned sideways slightly and looked at the black man standing on the other side of the door. "Hello, Johnson said hello to him in French as he smiled. The white bodyguard didn't respond to him. He looked straight ahead and stood still. Johnson licked the corners of his mouth and didn't pay more attention to him. He continued to stand guard. But the expression between his eyebrows gradually returned to the previous coldness. Carmen turned around, smiled, opened his arms and greeted the Germanic man. "Welcome, Glenn Krupp, my old friend. We meet again." "Yes, we meet again." Glenn Krupp forced a smile and hugged Carmen, hiding the dissatisfaction in his mind. Then he put his coat on the chair. "Can you explain something to your old friend? What do you or the Rothschild family want to do?" Unlike the Jewish family that emerged from the United Kingdom, the Krupp family, born in the traditional Prussian aristocracy, was tied to the German chariot along with the invincible artillery. The family with their influence in arms, steel, ships, textiles, chemicals, oil refining, electromechanics, and even elevators and buildings, was almost integrated into every corner of Europe. They might not be as rich as the Rothschild family, but they weren't inferior to the Jewish family. Carmen saw through the concern on Glenn's face. He coughed and placed the red wine on the conference table. If a company controls the food, medical care, water supply, power supply, light and heavy industries, national defense, and even the military in a region, what's the difference between this enterprise and the country in the region? Or what's the difference between the existence of this country? You know very well. I just did the right thing. Glenn Krupp sneered. We're most worried about this point. Whenever our old friends think they're right, all of us might be in trouble. The pasts of the Rothschild family and the Krupp family shared a very similar point. That is, they used to support a certain demon, and they were almost sent to hell by that very demon. The Rothschilds once lost all of Europe, and the Prussian aristocracy suffered in the hands of the National Guards. In history, every madman trying to unify Europe had brought disaster to the whole world. Through bloody means, the Rothschild family forced the adoption of the EU Integration Act at the EU meeting in an attempt to turn the entire EU into a country, then chose a puppet while controlling them behind the scenes. Not only the Krupp family, but all the level 33 members of the Freemasonry felt a little uneasy about the Rothschilds' behavior. "My dear friend, please listen to me first," Carmen said as he smiled. "I will give you half an hour," Glenn Krupp said coldly as he looked down at the watch. Carmen shrugged, looking nonchalant. After clearing his throat, he paused for a while then began to speak. "People are economic animals. People can't live without money, and our society is the same. The speed of social development depends on the flow of money. If society is compared to human beings, then money is its blood. Throughout the history of the world, countless revolutions were just mere attempts to overthrow those blood clouts in the blood vessels of civilization. We chose a puppet, and we stood behind the scenes, manipulating this puppet. We will be more democratic than ever. More advanced than ever. We no longer manipulate the elections, we directly manipulate the candidates, and at the same time, our president no longer enjoys the power that the president deserves. This new regime, I call it enterprise dictatorship. Why do I feel this was copied from somewhere?" Glenn sneered. "I have to admit that our opponents inspired me," Carmen said with a smile. "Although we also manipulate politics, they're more absolute than us. But I am discussing us, not them." Carmen pointed to his own chest and pointed to the ring on his hand that symbolized the level 33 member. Then he said, "Dysfunctional subsidiaries will be reorganized, turning losses into profits and revitalizing in the restructuring process. The EU is the same, and the restructured EU will be more efficient and stronger than ever. And you, me, and the newly established 13-member committee will serve as the shareholders of the entire EU." Silence ensued for a long time in the conference room. Glenn Krupp now knew that the Rothschild family had been planning this for a long time. At that time, he only thought that shift to the right in politics was just because of a feudal grudge between the Jews and the Middle Easterners, but he didn't expect that all of this was foreshadowing today. Glenn spoke slowly. Then Frankburg will become the state of Frankburg? Yes. Rothschild smiled. What about France? The state of France. What about Poland? Naturally the state of Poland. Ha 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 ha. Glenn raised his head and began to laugh hysterically as if he heard a great joke. He took 2 steps back and suddenly spat next to his shoes. Hitler should have killed you idiots. I've never prayed for him to climb out of his grave like this. After he cursed out, Glenn pulled his coat and walked to the door without turning his head. He opened the door, but he froze. Blood slowly flowed down, soaking his soles and freezing his line of sight. Outside of the conference room, a man in disbelief had his throat slit by a dagger. Your bodyguard is strong, but that's it. Johnson grinned and leaned against the door, wiping the blood on the dagger with his hand. How could it be? Glenn squeezed a few words out of his throat and turned stiffly, but his eyes met a black muzzle. Boom! There was a spark, a gunshot, and Glenn collapsed to the ground. Smoke emitted from the revolver, and Rothschild looked straight at the expression still filled with disbelief with a sly smile. For the glory of the Freemasonry, please go to hell. Blood coughed out of Glenn's mouth. He used his blood-filled pupils to stare at his former friend. The Krupp family will not spare you, you won't succeed. Is that the case? Carmen kneeled down and looked down at Glenn's face. Unfortunately, as soon as you entered this building, your younger brother became the new chairman of the Krupp Group. Carmen paused for 2 seconds and added a sentence. With the help of Rothschild Bank. Glenn's eyes widened, and fury was blazing in his pupils. It was directed at the betrayal of his family or the hatred of the name Rothschild. The muzzle gently stroked his chin, and Carmen stared into his eyes and suddenly sighed. My friend, I gave you a chance, you don't have to be like this. If we had just reached an agreement, today would have had another ending, I curse you. Glenn interrupted Carmen, and the blood was gushing out of his mouth, dyeing his white teeth blood red. I curse your family and you will go to hell. Tortured by Satan. Carmen slightly nodded. My friend, you don't have to say all this. We will meet again in hell, but you will go first. Carmen gently placed the pistol on his chest, reached out and slowly closed his widened eyes. Then he removed the blood-stained ring from Glenn's stiff finger. And how can Satan punish his believers? Retrieving the ring symbolizing the level 33 membership, Carmen laughed in self-mockery then stood up. Back to his former friend, he looked at Johnson. Clean this place up. Even if he's abandoned, he's the former head of the Krupp family and deserves the respect of allies. Yes. Johnson nodded. In eastern Caen, in the northwestern suburb of Osk, the city ruins turned into front lines littered with trenches and bunkers. Fortunately, some Russian warfield engineers helped the civilian armed forces to fortify their defenses to prevent the war from being so one-sided. With the support of EMP weapons from the Russian-Uzbek border, the civilian armed forces successfully pushed the front line to the east bank of the Dnieper River, but now the situation suddenly turned south. 10 kilometers away from the front line, Natasha, wrapped in a heavy coat, saw the informant, the Ukrainian government officer, Skanov. She handed a document from Moscow and a box of crumpled cigars. Skanov grinned, and the wrinkles at the corner of his eyes cracked like a spider web. He took a cigar from the cigar box and put the document in front of his chest. Say hello to your father for me and say that the old guy thanks him for his gift. Natasha spit out a cloud of white mist, and she glanced through the shadows between the ruins. Somewhat absent-mindedly, she said, I will. For 3 years, even if she returned to Caen occasionally, she only operated in the relatively safe Crimea area. It was her first time in 3 years being so close to the front line. The environmental changes made the place somewhat unrecognizable, and the cold climate made her feel even stranger. Even she was surprised that she became used to the small island of the Western Pacific, and the man who was sometimes shrewd and sometimes naive. If it weren't for the drastic changes a few days ago, she would still be on vacation on a private island. Skanov grinned and teased. Thinking about a man. Natasha glanced at him coldly. What's the situation on the front line? Extinguishing the cigar with his thumb, Skanov stuffed the half-smoked cigar back into his dirty pocket. The future group once destroyed the Freemasonry arrow in Madagascar. We once thought they destroyed it. But in fact, the Freemasonry only moved it from South Africa to North Africa. Now, it is in Europe, it is across our, or your side. NATO promised not to send troops to Ukraine, so mercenaries who weren't bound by laws and international conventions stood across them, and most of these mercenaries came from refugee camps on the borders of Sweden, Norway, and Finland. No one expected that the refugee camps, which were jointly funded by major European consortiums and built after the Frankfurt tragedy, became the source of mercenaries of the European consortiums. In order to get their families away from the cruel and cold refugee camps, they fought tenaciously on the battlefield. Natasha looked more serious. "You are so smart, you should have guessed it," said Skanov. "The integration of the EU, the new puppet taking office, and the fact that many of the original ridiculous things have become natural. I don't think that's how the EU managed to unify." Natasha shook her head. "What's not possible?" Skanov shook his head and said indifferently. "Although I thought they were joking until a week ago. Standing in front of the civilian armed forces is no longer a weak and incompetent Ukrainian army, but a well-trained, well-equipped private arm. They bought the Faraday spray from the other side of the Atlantic in the name of counterterrorism and applied it to the tank armor on a large scale, which effectively counters the EMP weapon in our hands. We can only hope for those brave and fearless OSK citizens after losing this one card." Faraday spray was a tactical anti-EMP weapon developed by the Advanced Research Projects Agency of the UA Department of Defense. By spraying droplets of a specific content in diameter, it formed a simple, Faraday cage, within the white mist envelope so that the electrons wrapped in were protected from EMP weapons. The technical content of this weapon wasn't high, but it was surprisingly effective when defending against electromagnetic pulses. It was tested in the Second MLL Island War. "Is there no way to sanction them?" Natasha said with a frown. Although Russia also secretly sent its own soldiers dressed as civilians to support the civilian armed forces, this practice was ultimately not allowed. Most of the soldiers who participated in the war were instructors and military advisors and rarely participated on the actual battlefield. After all, if Russians died there, it wouldn't be easy to explain. Skanov shook his head. International law can't sanction them because they don't belong to any country in principle but are employed by the Ukrainian government. Having said that, Skanov paused for a moment thoughtfully. "Unless, we hire another mercenary force and fight with them." Putting on the helmet and carefully checking each seat belt, Liu Qingping opened the instrument in the cockpit. After taking a few deep breaths and trying to make his expression look less stiff, he touched the side of the helmet and a light blue prism spread out in front of his eyes. An unfamiliar but ordinary female face emerged in front of his eyes. "Number 01 Navigator is at your service, are you nervous?" Liu Qingping forced a smile. "What do you think?" "You'd better control your heart rate, which will help avoid accidents. In order to save on-board fuel as much as possible, you will complete the acceleration step on the runway." "How much G-force?" 20.1, can you apply for a Guinness World Record for me?" Liu Qingping forced a smile, but only bitterness was visible on his face. The navigator said with no sense of humor. "No, this flight is a top-secret mission. Unless when you return, you're willing to try again. Tell me this when I do get back." The navigator used a tone with certainty. "You will. You will." Liu Qingping didn't believe this at all. No one was more familiar with the machine than himself. The flight distance of 30 million kilometers was more than 10 times the normal cruising radius of the Stingray A-1, especially for a dangerous flight outside the Earth-Moon system. Even if there was a quantum computer navigating for him, his probability of survival was only 10%. He wasn't most worried about not catching up to Earth. Instead, he was most worried about being unable to slow down due to the lack of fuel and overshooting to become a ghost in the solar system. All sacrifices, just for a look. But he didn't regret it because he accepted the task. Finally, taking one last breath of the air in Celestial City, he resolutely pressed the takeoff button next to the control. The robotic arm that pulled the Stingray A-1 slowly moved, grabbed it from the airport, and stuffed it in the dark runway. The lights on the runway were turned on one by one, but they were still unable to illuminate the runway hundreds of kilometers of long. The blue arc began to swim on the edge of the spacecraft. In order to prevent his retinas from falling off, Lu Qingping chose to close his eyes. Whenever he lay on this runway, he felt like a shell and was stuffed into the electromagnetic pulse cannon. The navigator's undulating voice rang in his ears. Ejection countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. For a moment, every single cell in his body felt like it was being torn apart. Lu Qingping gnashed his teeth, then used all his perseverance he had ever in his life to resist the tear of the acceleration while silently counting seconds in his heart. The torment lasted for a whole minute, and the force squeezing on his shoulders suddenly disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, Celestial City had turned into a ring, and he was in the starry sky. From a distance, the blue arc of the launching port in the center only flashed for a moment, and a black spot was thrown into the vast universe. Compared to the entire Earth, this Stingray was like a boat sailing into the vast sea, small and fragile. Earth's civilization, like a newborn child, reached out to the unknown existence for the first time. Before he had time to reminisce about the gradually disappearing Earth, the voice of the navigator rang out again. Check the weapon system. Roger. Lu Qingping pressed the red button next to the control and two thick long tubes popped under the Stingray A-1, slowly opening the two wings. At the same time, under the command of the navigator, he released the safety and pressed twice. The glaring white light flashed, and several laser beams that were as thick as a thigh fired into the distance and disappeared into the darkness. The weapon system is functional. Lu Qingping reported and closed the safety. Although his mission was just to take a look, no one could guarantee if the UFO had friendly intentions. The Stingray A-1 was equipped with the most powerful extraterrestrial attack weapon of celestial trade, the A-type attack module designed by the Pan-Asia Cooperation of the Apocalypse. If the UFO displayed an aggressive behavior after he approached, celestial trade permitted him to use his judgment. After escaping the gravity of the Earth-Moon system, Lu Qingping opened the throttle valve of the engine and accelerated to the marker in the field of view. When the speed stabilized above the second cosmic speed, he immediately turned off the throttle and began a long wait. It would take nearly 2.6 million seconds to catch up with the UFO. Nearly a month turned into days. It was naturally impossible for such a small spacecraft to have a complete ecological circulatory function. Freshwater, liquid food, and oxygen stored under sufficient power could only be maintained for about 15 days. However, celestial trade had specifically modified the spacecraft with a hibernation chamber. For a long time, he would spend his hours sleeping. When approaching the target, Ground Command Center would wake him up. Of course, it didn't rule out another possibility. It was force majeure, such as the sudden acceleration of the target that changed the position, so he passed by the target. If Ground Command Center judged that his remaining fuel couldn't allow him to catch up with the target, Ground Command Center would wake him up in advance to return. The temperature in the cockpit began to decrease, and the life maintenance device injected a special cell stabilizer into Lu Qingping. With his hands off the control, his sight began to blur and he eventually fell into darkness. In Ground Command Center, Jiang Chen watched Stingray A-1 successfully entering the orbit and his clenched fists gradually loosened. Although the matter was delegated to Kelvin, he had to come to the command center and watch the hero fly into the night on the day when the volunteer set sail. "It's over," Kelvin whispered as he bumped Jiang Chen with his elbow. Jiang Chen nodded. He didn't say anything, then took a final look at the stingray on the holographic screen before walking out. Although they had yet to be in contact with the UFO, witnessing this incident had a profound impact on the research direction of celestial trade. Based on Jiang Chen's instructions, Kelvin raised the research budget of the interplanetary engine for the first time, and at the same time, he included the extraterritorial attack method for the first time in the scientific research sequence. Jiang Chen originally planned to take it slow since the existing science wasn't enough to support powerful weapon technology. It was like black gunpowder on a musket. Without the formula for the gunpowder, no matter how the ancient craftsmen studied the weapons, they could only figure out how to sharpen bows and spears, not create a powerful musket. Before the breakthrough of the magnetic confinement technology in the apocalypse, laser weapons were generally regarded as the most promising method of extraterrestrial attack. The A-type attack module designed by Pan-Asia Cooperation was designed based on this concept. However, after the breakthrough of magnetic confinement technology, the plasma gun that directly emitted high-temperature plasma became a more promising option. However, now, sharpening the bow and spear was the more urgent option. Regardless of whether the UFO was hostile or not, celestial trade, the representative of the civilization from Earth, would not show any weakness against the unknown force. After leaving Ground Command Center, Jiang Chen returned to the future building by helicopter. The helicopter arrived, Jiang Chen stepped onto the landing pad on the roof, then returned to the office. Jiang Chen sunk into his chair as he picked up the documents on the table. Aisha's figure then appeared behind him, her hands gently placed on his shoulders, then she massaged. There was a subtle but warm smile on his face. He flipped through the document about the application of the space station interface by Hua Heavy Industries, then he asked, "Is there anything new in Europe?" Aisha shook her head with some regret. "We were a step late. Glenn Krupp was dead. His body was found on a farm in the suburbs of Falkford the day before yesterday by a farmer. He was shot in the chest and no one knew why he appeared there. Now the head of the Krupp family is his brother, Leon Krupp. If there was anyone who could stop Carmen, it would probably be the Krupp family representing the Prussian aristocracy. Their achievements in the industrial field were equivalent to Rothschild's financial dominance. From the Prussian era, whether it was a big factory or a small workshop, they liked to put the Krupp logo on the barrel to indicate that they were using high-quality gun steel from Krupp, which showed its profound influence. Not everyone liked to see Europe moving toward unity, or, most people didn't want to see this day. The Rothschild family could manipulate the polls by selecting an extreme right government. Through the media, they could alter what some people thought, but ultimately, they couldn't avoid the Krupp family born in the traditional Prussian aristocracy in Glenn Krupp, who was the Duke of Prussia. In Jiang Chen's plan, if he could pull Glenn Krupp into his forces, he should be able to dismantle the Freemasonry from the inside, thus aborting the Rothschilds' family plan. But now it seemed that Carmen wasn't stupid enough to let go of this hidden danger, and he acted before the ghost agents found Glenn Krupp. Jiang Chen had a headache and pinched his eyebrows. Just then, his watch shook. A holographic image opened. It was a long-distance call from Moscow. After Jiang Chen thought for a second, he answered the phone. "Hey. It's me," Natasha said. "I'm relieved to hear your voice. It seems that you haven't suffered a tragedy in Kane," Jiang Chen joked. "I'm very busy now, no time to joke," Natasha took a deep breath and went on. "I have something, or Russia wants to talk to you." Jiang Chen's finger gently tapped the table. "Let's talk. I'm listening. I don't want to disclose the details over the phone. There will be an important person who will talk to you in detail. If it's convenient, can you come to Moscow? Brussels, Belgium, the location of European Union's headquarters. A week ago, the EU foreign minister announced the establishment of a controversial EU integration resolution. All the EU reporters and protesters were gathered there. Today, because of a special meeting, the government officials of many EU countries were all in this place. In order to avoid accidents, Belgium even dispatched the famous Special Operations Brigade, SFG, to take charge of the security. With the aid of the Special Task Police, the Belgian police successfully dispersed the protesters blocking the entrance to the EU headquarters to ensure that the high-level meeting was successfully completed. After the meeting, with the protection of bodyguards, the new Choice Party leader, the Chancellor of Germany, Peter, walked through the reporters with a stern expression. Although the bodyguards blocked the way, the microphones reached out one by one. The police dared to drive away the violent protesters, but they didn't dare to scare away reporters. "Mr. Chancellor, how will the integration of the EU take place?" asked a British reporter. "It will start as soon as possible before our economic situation and employment rate get worse. Many countries in the EU have expressed opposition. The conservative groups in Frankfurt have also clearly expressed their opposition to this resolution. What choices will the new Choice Party take in the future?" a reporter from a German television station asked. "We will allow them to trust me," Peter said with patience. "Do you have any opinions on the EU moving toward the United Nations? Does the United Kingdom have any opposition?" asked a reporter from a Belgian newspaper. "Their opinions are not important. This is a European affair, not British. They have left the EU and we have no plans to let them back. How will EU integration help Greece and other countries get rid of the debt crisis, and will the merger of the EU's territories make the economically backward member countries further hinder Frankfurt's economy?" a reporter from the UA asked. "We will come up with an effective plan to let the unemployed find a job instead of wasting euros borrowed from our bank." Finally, Peter got rid of the annoying reporters. He heaved a sigh of relief and sat in a black limousine. The 50-meter-long journey was almost as exhausting as running a marathon. Yes, exhausting. New Choice Party was regarded as the inheritor of the extreme right because of the ideals of exiting the Eurozone, recovering border control, and shooting refugees, but now, they not only failed to fulfill their campaign promises, but they overthrew everything they promised and chose to work with France to establish a unified EU. Not only did he oppose the decision, but many voters who voted for them also opposed. He didn't know why he was standing here and voted for a proposal he didn't agree with. But by being in this position, he didn't have a lot of choices. The New Choice Party wasn't Merkel's party. They were really too young. From formation to taking the office, they hadn't accumulated enough chips to negotiate with the major European consortiums. This political power yet to take its shape was too fragile in front of Rothschild's capital. Perhaps Merkel had the temper to oppose that man, but he wasn't Merkel, he was nothing but a puppet of the Rothschild family. The same kind of puppet who existed almost everywhere in the Bundestag, in every corner of the New Choice Party, and even in the military. If he dared to show any dissent, stepping down was probably the most decent ending. He admitted that although he didn't know how far this EU integration resolution could go and how long it would last, the man named Carmen was already halfway to the feats that Napoleon, William II, and Hitler never achieved. He even started to regret the choice he made. When Peter got into the car, an old man in a suit had been sitting in the car for a long time. Seeing the Chancellor, the old man expressed his respect by bowing his head. After the door was closed, Peter cleared his throat. The resolution to remove the authority of central banks in the European Central Bank system has been passed. The next step is for the ECB to control the central banks and gradually withdraw the right to issue euros from the EU countries. You are doing very well. The old man smiled. Who voted against it? The feeling of being stared at by the poisonous snake made Peter suffocate a little, but he soon returned to normal and shook his head. With the exception of 2 abstentions, no one objected. The old man smiled and nodded. Out of the anxiousness for the country's destiny, Peter added, "Do you think this is really good?" When the old man looked at him, he quickly added, "I mean, from an economic point of view, the concentration of the distribution rights of the euro may increase the economic burden of Greece, Italy, Portugal. The old man just smiled and didn't answer this question. The EU will be more dynamic than ever, whether in economics or influence. Peter shrugged and looked away. At a glimpse, he got the illusion that the entrepreneur or butler trained by the Rothschild consortium in front of him was more like a politician. If it is convenient, can you come to Moscow? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen didn't reject Natasha's invitation. If he must make a trip to Moscow, then it must be inconvenient to discuss on the phone and it must be a topic not appropriate to delegate to a diplomat. His intuition told him it must be related to stormy Europe. Russia was one of the strategic partners of celestial trade. The economic cooperation between the two was second only to Hua, and their military cooperation was even above that with Hua. From this perspective alone, he should go there in person. The integration of Europe was also inconsistent with the interests of celestial trade. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen looked to Aisha. He dragged her hand closer to his face as he smiled and whispered, "Sorry to bother you." "No worries." Aisha's hand was gently placed on Jiang Chen's hand, indulging in the intimate moment. She closed her eyes. "It's my pleasure to share your worries. Isn't this supposed to be what a gentleman tells a lady?" Jiang Chen said. Aisha smiled and started the optical invisibility to hide her figure in the office. Since playing a virtual reality game called Assassin's Creed, Phantom and the Phantom Helmet, she had fallen in love with using stealth to bid farewell. He felt a gentleness and warmth on his forehead, and soon, a gust of wind swept through the office. Jiang Chen touched his forehead, and he smiled. This little girl secretly kissed him. The more eastward, the weaker the influence of the Freemasonry, but even the KGB couldn't guarantee that Moscow, the capital in Eastern Europe, didn't have informants of the Freemasonry. Risks and benefits were always proportional. In order to ensure the safety of his trip to Moscow, Aisha headed to Moscow first. She used the intelligence network established by the ghost agents in the local area to clear potential dangers for Jiang Chen's visit while having the smallest possibility of offending his allies. The date of the visit was set a week later in the name of the submarine transmission cable. Before going to Russia, Jiang Chen didn't just take time off but he returned to the apocalypse. At the beginning of April, the heavy snow over Wanghai finally stopped, and the snow covering the ruins of the city also showed signs of melting. This winter came earlier than before, and it also left much later. The entire Earth was like a computer that had been put into excessive use by the countries. After hundreds of years of high usage, it finally restarted because of the global nuclear war. The facts confirmed the speculation of the Dusk Church. After many years of silence, the world welcomed a little ice age far more severe compared to the one in medieval times. A disaster caused by the nuclear winter was wrapped in the roaring snow and covered the whole Earth. In the coldest days, Jiang Chen basically spent his time in the modern world, only occasionally coming back to accompany his girls to eat hot pot, so he didn't personally experience the harsh winter. According to Sun Jiao, Wanghai and Izhou Island were okay. In Hongqing and Wu City, which were more inland, many survivors froze to death. The Little Ice Age ultimately impacted the development of 6th Street. The proclaimed trade center that connected the survivors of the North and the South had a looming hint of depression because of the influence of the winter last year. Although the irreplaceable food trade maintained a considerable degree of vitality, population growth still slowed down. People became more inclined to find a suitable place to live in the South. At that moment, Jiang Chen began to understand why the Northern Alliance area forcefully declared a war on him even with their fragile supply line. It wasn't that they were crazy, but they were forced to do so. Inheriting the armed forces of the pre-war Pan-Asia cooperation and uniting the mutants who fled from Hongqing to the vicinity of Wu City, they achieved some success. If it wasn't for the breakthrough in magnetic confinement technology combined with the strong, industrial capabilities of 6th Street, which allowed the frontline troops to successfully install the plasma cannons, the Northern Alliance area would likely be attacking Hong City or might have even already reached the gate of NAC, Hang City. However, that was only a what if. When Jiang Chen returned to the apocalypse, the welcome he was expecting didn't happen, and the mansion was quiet. Sun Jiao and Sun Xiaoro needed to handle his affairs for him when he returned to the modern world, although Sun Jiao, who used to act leisurely, hated the job. However, she still bore the responsibility for Jiang Chen. As for Lin Ling, because of the research, she went out to camp number 27. That was to say that at the moment at home, only Yao Yao lived in the boudoir every day. And this information was exactly what Jiang Chen heard from the girl's mouth. That, can you come down from my lap? The soft jade was warm in his arms, and Jiang Chen had scratched his cheeks with some cramps. At the moment, Yao Yao, wearing floral dress pajamas, sat happily on his lap with 2 happily swaying small feet wrapped in white silk. Even her bunny slippers were kicked to the side. A fluttering scent came along her fluffy hair, and the soft sound seemed to have a sweet scent. Her deer-like watery eyes shone with the hope that she wouldn't be rejected. Can you hold Yao Yao for a while? Turning his head slightly, Yao Yao whispered. No problem. How long will it take? Jiang Chen replied immediately. Yes, I can't refuse it. Even Jiang Chen, who occasionally revealed the best side of his deep heart, couldn't bear to see the lonely expression on the face of the little angel. Thinking about it anyway, there was nothing to do. Jiang Chen sighed and smacked the hair of Yao Yao and recited something in his heart more than a dozen times, I am not a Luo. Li control. He decided to remain at the side of the little girl and stay for a while. Feeling the warmth of his head, the expression on Yao Yao's face was satisfying, and he happily picked up the song. The current sound of the chassis was looming, and Jiang Chen looked around Yao Yao's boudoir. There had been little change in everything there over the years. In addition to the bed and furniture replaced with new products imported from the new country, the pink girlish wallpaper and the electronic components emitting a metal flavor didn't make up everything in her room. There were more and more books on the shelves. Looking at one book, Jiang Chen thought, I think that should be a relatively high-end computer professional book. Feeling that Yao Yao had grown up, Jiang Chen couldn't help but caress her hair and say with emotion, speaking of which, is Yao Yao not growing up at all? Hey! Being poked painfully, her small shoulders shook. Yao Yao's mouth pricked up slightly, her throat snorting with some frustration. This room is definitely not big enough. Remember to go out to do some sports, at least in the backyard. Jiang Chen suddenly realized that the sun was shining through the yellow-green tone of the dust. It seemed that it wasn't as healthy as indoor lighting. Yao Yao shrank and whispered, Hey! Big brother, don't you like girls who are smaller? This wasn't a minor category, this was young. The teeth weren't over. Moreover, this wasn't the focus at all. Jiang Chen couldn't help but tap her head with his fingers. I'm worried about your health, how can you think about that? Hey! With hands clasped together, covering the big hand that caressed the top of her head, on Yao Yao's mouth hung a sweet smile. Although she was counting down, she always felt warm in her heart. It was like a vacant place, filled with the same. Jiang Chen stayed in Yao Yao's room with her until 5 o'clock. Soon after, Lin Lin returned from Camp 27 and Sun Jiao and Xiaoro also finished their work and returned home. The satisfied Yao Yao jumped off of Jiang Chen's legs. She took the apron from the closet and tied it around her petite body. There is delicious steamed fish tonight, big brother can look forward to it. The little loli with a red hue on her face skipped out the door. Listening to the cheerful tunes from the corridor, a heartfelt smile appeared on his face. As he stood up and began to walk to the living room, he bumped into Sun Jiao. When she saw Jiang Chen, she immediately jumped into his arms and kissed him on the face. Xiaoro with her watery eyes looked at their public displays of affection and giggled while covering her mouth. Lin Lin was the only one who couldn't stand them. After she bad-mouthed the two, she rolled her eyes and hid into her lab while. Because Jiang Chen was back, dinner was more lively. After dinner, Jiang Chen helped Yao Yao and Xiaoro clean up the dishes. Then he went to the third-floor office. Pushing open the door, Jiang Chen found Sun Jiao standing in front of the window, looking at him with a smile. "I knew you would come here." She walked to him and put her arms around his neck as she gazed into his pupils with longing and unspoken thoughts. Jiang Chen smoothly closed the door behind him. Then, he kissed her lips with affection and looked into the eyes fixated on him. "I knew you would be waiting for me here. Now there is no one around. Here. Let's wait until this evening." Sun Jiao began to blush as her lips curled. She placed her chin on Jiang Chen's shoulder and closed her eyes in joy. "Now, I want to be hugged by you like this." Leaning against the window of the office, looking at the snow that has almost completely melted, Jiang Chen was feeling the warmth and tenderness in his arms. From the distance, he vaguely heard singing in the quietness. "People are singing outside?" Jiang Chen asked casually as he looked out the window. "The spring concert is being held by a large orchestra in the 6th Street. The performance will continue from 8 to 12 o'clock. We can't hear clearly from here, but if you are interested, we can go to the performance," Sun Jiao suggested. "I'll pass. I'm not really interested in a concert," Jiang Chen shook his head. "But it is good to hold this kind of an event, especially in peaceful times." With resources becoming more and more abundant, the lives of the survivors were also becoming richer. When these people no longer needed to fight in the front line with guns, they needed to seek some recreations for entertainment. More cultural activities would not only promote social stability but also teach these survivors the concept of civilization. There are quite a few female celebrities from before the war. "Do you want me to hold a contest for you?" While in Jiang Chen's arms, Sun Jiao mocked and gently poked at his ribs. "A lot of people are interested in your heroic deeds." "I don't have any heroic deeds." Jiang Chen coughed and looked away in awkwardness. Sun Jiao didn't say anything and simply smiled at him. As the closest woman to him, she has witnessed everything. The downfall of the mutated humans, the eradication of the mutant flood, the recovery of the city center, the destruction of the runaway artificial intelligence, and the salvation of Hongcheng and Nizhou, each merit alone could make a person's name known on the wasteland. And when these achievements are all condensed onto one person, no matter how humble, he is worthy of the hero title. It was like this for a long time. The stability of NAC never relied on citizenship, but instead relied on the personal prestige of the general. Let's not talk about this, right? Is there any news on the Guardian sect? When Jiang Chen began to mention important matters, Sun Jiao didn't leave his arms, but she stopped giggling. After thinking for a moment, she replied. They sent 50 technicians from Shangjing. They were in charge of maintaining the Holy Shield system before the war. After the war, they also participated in related projects for the space colonization ship. Jiang Chen had to interrupt when he heard this. Pan-Asia cooperation didn't bring these talents with them. The space colonization ship can't take everyone away, and there is no need to take everyone away. At least, this was Lu Minghui's explanation. Sun Jiao briefly explained and returned to the main topic. At the beginning of last month, we started the maintenance work of the Holy Shield system, but repairs of this scale are not an overnight job. When will they be done? Jiang Chen asked. Sun Jiao shook her head. I don't know. Maybe this year, maybe next year, maybe it will never be repaired, but now, according to the feedback from the engineers on our side, we have not encountered any issues we can't solve. Jiang Chen nodded. With the arrival of the Little Ice Age, winter will only be longer and more severe than last year. It would be best if they could repair the Holy Shield system before October. But if that was not possible, they must spend more effort on winterization. To be prepared, before he left last time, he had given Lu Huaxing orders to begin cleaning up Wanghai Metro Line 1. He had set aside a budget to purchase heating facilities, temporary living spaces, and set up necessities production workshops in the metro. If the living environment of the surface is too severe, at least the civilians of the 6th Street could spend the winter underground. Right. Recently a new fallout shelter opened in the northern suburbs of Hongqing. The director of the refugee shelter accepted our proposal and agreed to merge under the banner of NAC, but after accepting the status quo of the surface, he hopes to see you. Sun Jiao suddenly remembered and mentioned this. Oh. Where is he now? Jiang Chen said. If he was close, Jiang Chen could go see him. But if he was too far away, he couldn't see him since he only planned to stay for a short time. At the 6th Street. Jiang Chen nodded. I am going to see an old friend there tomorrow, let him wait in the Parliament building. The blue skins may not understand the world, perhaps not welcomed by survivors. But for Jiang Chen who hopes to rebuild order on this wasteland, these people are the most precious resources on this wasteland. Even if they are not scientists, even if they are just ordinary people, they are all well educated and have the order that has long been annihilated in the ruins that belong to civilization. The seed of civilization is not germinated by guns and cannons. When these people from before the war successfully integrated into this post-war society, perhaps they will bring a precious and unique inspiration to NAC's path to the future. Based on this alone, Jiang Chen felt that it was necessary to have a good conversation with the director. It was already late into the night when the light in the office went out. When Jiang Chen brought Sun Jiao into the bathroom, then into the bedroom, and then till the room returned to silence, the hour hand had already passed the 12 o'clock position. With Sun Jiao peacefully sleeping in his arm, Jiang Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and collapsed into the pillows. The desk lamp on the bedside table was turned off, and Jiang Chen pulled up the quilt. They started when they were taking a shower, and because he used up too much of his stamina, he quickly drifted to sleep. A silent night. The next morning, after eating breakfast with the girls, Jiang Chen, Sun Jiao, and Xiaoro went out together. After dropping the girls off at the community center, he took the long way to the warehouses of the Fishbone Base before heading to the helipad. Although the Fishbone Base is strictly speaking a military area, with the increase in population and the natural buff of the NAC capital, the development speed here was not inferior to any economic zone within the NAC. This was evident based on the growing number of warehouses and the number of people traversing between the warehouses. In Jiang Chen's memory, at the early stage of the Fishbone Base, there were only a few small warehouses that stored the materials from the modern world. Now, the area completely turned into a cargo distribution center at a size only second to the 6th Street's cargo distribution center. Not far from the airship ports, giant mechanical arms were loading cargo onto a helium airship set to fly to Hongqing. Most of the supplies sent to Hongqing were arms and some grains produced in the Garden of Eden. After his short tour, Jiang Chen came to transport helicopter 51. The young man piloting saw him and immediately saluted. Then he hopped into the helicopter and started the engine, transporting Jiang Chen to the 6th Street. Heavy snow hindered the population's growth but didn't freeze the prosperity of the 6th Street. Looking from above, the size of the 6th Street more than doubled compared to last year. The trade interrupted by heavy snow resumed with the spring breeze, and wasteland traders from all over wasteland swarmed to the 6th Street. After the helicopter landed, Jiang Chen went to the Parliament building. Members of the 6th Street Council were in a meeting, so Jiang Chen did not bother them. After chatting with the security officer on duty, he came to the general office on the top floor of the Parliament building. Other than the cleaning staff who come here regularly, this office was mostly empty. Located in the middle of the top floor of the Parliament building, it served as a symbolic presence. The offices of the executives of the 6th Street were beside it. Like a magic trick, Jiang Chen took out a small can of coffee beans from the Blue Mountains of Jamaica and tossed it to the assistant in Chu Nan's office. After asking her to make him a pot of coffee, he also requested she brings the fallout shelter director to him. After a little while, a pot of aromatic coffee was placed on his desk. Jiang Chen poured a cup for himself. The thick white mist was still lingering above the coffee when a polite knock was heard on the door. "Please come in." The door opened, and a young man walked in. When he saw the pot of coffee on the table, his expression changed and his eyes widened, but soon he calmed himself down and stood in front of Jiang Chen. "Please feel to sit," Jiang Chen said with a smile, made a gesture to the chair next to him, and at the same time poured a cup of coffee for him. "Thank you." The young man nodded politely. After tasting the coffee, he said with some emotions. "The nostalgic taste reminds me of the morning before the nuclear war broke out. This should be expensive in the apocalypse, right?" "Yes, after all, after more than 20 years, even with the best preservation technique, everything would almost be expired by now," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "I heard you wanted to see me. Now that you have seen me, what do you want to talk about?" The young man nodded. "Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hua, director of Fallout Shelter 118. When the door of Fallout Shelter 118 opened, we met the messenger sent by you and learned about what happened on the surface." Hua paused, and then said with reminiscence. "Before the door opened, we had imagined the end of the war but did not expect the final outcome to be like this: no victorious country, no defeated country. It's all happened over 20 years ago." Jiang Chen looked at the clock on the wall. "Do you just want to talk to me about this?" Hua shook his head. "No. To be precise, I am going to give you something." As he spoke, he took off the pendant hanging on his neck and gently placed it on the table. Jiang Chen leaned forward and looked at the pendant on the table. The silver ring had strange patterns carved into it, and in the center of the ring, there was a ruby the size of a grain of rice. It just looked like an ordinary accessory. Jiang Chen looked confused. He did not understand why he was given this. This is a key," Hua said while looking at Jiang Chen. "It is also the mission of Fallout Shelter 118. Can you elaborate?" Jiang Chen asked. "Unlike most social experimental fallout shelters as well as fallout shelters with the purpose of preserving population, the meaning of our existence is only to leave a little hope for the possibly dark future," Hua said, as he gently pushed the key in front of Jiang Chen. "At the bottom of the Poyang Lake next to Hongqing, there is a completely dormant fallout shelter, coded T7. 2,000 researchers are lying in those hibernation chambers. Their professions cover a total of 167 fields from particle physics to aerospace technology. They will sleep through the passage of time until someone opens the fallout shelter, wake them up and take their knowledge from under the ruins." Fallout Shelter T7 was not constructed as part of the Fallout Shelter project. The construction party of the shelter is the Pan-Asia Cooperation Science Research Institute, and the project is called Seed of Civilization. Over the past few days in the 6th Street, I did see the germination of civilization. I hope that you can make good use of these researchers and revitalize the glory of civilization on this land. Under the sunlight, the rice-sized ruby cast a faint ray called hope. Picking the pendant up from the table, Jiang Chen solemnly said, "Thank you." "You're welcome. I should be the one saying thank you. I have already planned to treat this as an heirloom. I didn't expect that I can fulfill my mission in my lifetime." Hua stood up, bowed to Jiang Chen, and left the office. The modern world, at a suburb estate of a small town in Frankfurt. A plain black car was parked in front of the manor's driveway. Two big men in suits came up to check the identity of the people inside. They whispered into the intercom before the gate slowly opened, letting the car with Frankfurt's Prime Minister roll in. "What's the purpose of the flashlights in their hands?" Peter asked the old man sitting next to him. Although it looked like a flashlight, no light illuminated from it. "A tool for catching mice, especially invisible mice." The old man smiled and rolled up his sleeve to check the time. "Master Carmen will wait for you in the office." I have something to do later, so I won't accompany you. Peter forced a smile and did not continue the conversation. Upon his return from Belgium, he ran immediately to the federal parliament. Once there, he spent the day yelling with a bunch of aggressive idiots, and because he was unable to withstand the pressure, he was forced to disband the meeting and seek help from his behind-the-scenes master, Carmen Rothschild. On the phone, Carmen did not immediately tell him what to do. Instead, he asked him to come to his estate. After hanging up the phone, Peter immediately told his assistant to clear his schedule and rushed to Carmen's estate. The opposition parties are driving me crazy. Peter, with his hands on his head, walked into Carmen's office and tossed a transcript of the meeting on his desk. The Prussian Solidarity Party called for a referendum in the Prussian region and is seeking federal independence. There is also the Forward Union asking me to resign, immediately. Otherwise, they will impeach me through the federal parliament. He did not come empty-handed. The transcript of the meeting detailed the dissent and political demands of the opposition parties. If the parties do not resolve their differences, Frankfurt may collapse before the European integration process even begins. Carmen did not go look at the transcript. He simply crossed his fingers and leaned back in his chair. Don't be nervous, my dear Mr. Peter, we have an absolute advantage in Parliament. Their impeachment will not be successful. Carmen looked in the direction of his housekeeper. Graham, go and tell the kitchen to prepare an extra set of cutleries for the dinner table today. The old butler standing next to him nodded and left the room. Seeing that the unrelated person has left the room, Peter grabbed a chair, sat across from Carmen, and began to complain to his old friend. After getting along for so many years, he knew his old friend very well. The bastard called Carmen Rothschild does not mind people complaining to him about work, as long as they didn't stand on the opposite side. But the voice of questioning is not just from the opposition parties, but also from within our new choice party. Then you will explain everything to them, Carmen said with a smile. Originally, he wanted to first slow down the European Union integration and soften the attitude of those who oppose it. After all, their anger seemed to be pointing toward a revolution. From any perspective, it seemed like pushing for the integration resolution was a futile and reckless move. Just looking at the attitude of Mr. Carmen, he seemed to have no intention of listening to persuasion. But this is impossible. You can never convince two people who are not willing to be together to hold hands, just like no one can convince the Germans and the French to live under the same roof. Now Frankfurt is opposed to the European Union integration. The same is true of our allies. My chief of staff can write a speech for me, but even if I am clever, I can't turn black into white. Carmen interrupted Peter, who was in obvious distress, and explained patiently. You are wrong, my friend. Black, of course, can be white. Not only that, as long as you use the proper method, ugly can be beautiful, weak can be great, ridiculous can be reasonable, and pain can be happiness. The only one who can do this is God. Peter ridiculed himself, and there is only a poor man standing in front of you. Carmen shook his head. The opposite is true. God has never succeeded in doing this. Only men have succeeded. Ah, dear Mr. Carmen, how are you going to make the sky green? Peter laughed. Then pulling on his hair, he said in agony, tell me, what should I do now? What you have to do is not explain. Always remember that people are never creatures that can be convinced, just as there is no truth in this world. Carmen shook his head and raised a finger. What you need to do is give them a reason for believing. How to make one believe the sky is green? A color blindness diagnosis is far more effective than an impassioned speech. Peter was stunned and stared at Carmen blankly. He felt like a door just opened in his head. After that flash of ingenious, he seemed to have caught on to something. People are against us. Don't try to convince them to put down their prejudice. Just give them a reason to. We need a war, and then broadcast it on our TV to render the horror and brutality of this war. If you want to find a goal that will make the Germans and the French stand together, Russia is a good choice. It happens that our Ukrainian brothers are in a bad spot right now. We don't even need to do anything new, we just need to use the appropriate tools. Carmen spun the globe on the table and smiled. For example, let people believe that the crisis of aggression is imminent. Ukraine is the outpost of Europe. We are not uniting for the selfish desires of the capitalists or the ambitions of the politicians, but for unity. Get up and fight against the common enemies of Europa. Don't forget your identity. The New Choice Party is an extreme right party. Carmen patted Peter's chest with the back of his hand. Unemployment, economic crisis, refugee problems, energy shortages, use your imagination. Everything is the fault of Russians. Remember, not only the parliament members but the mouthpieces of the mainstream European media are also in our hands. Peter felt like his brain was never clearer. He already understood what he needed to do. As for what to do, Carmen pointed to his head. Think about it here, think about it. If you can't think of it, find someone to think for you. Who should I look for? Peter was still stunned and asked subconsciously. Belgium is one of the EU member states and has the highest welfare. You mean I should go to the Belgian president and exchange ideas? Peter raised his eyebrow. No, you don't need to exchange ideas with the Belgian president, you just need to be a new consultant. Several boats with the NAC symbol quietly drifted in the middle of Poyang Lake. Soldiers wearing kinetic skeletons stood on the boat and carefully observed their surroundings. On the wasteland, places with water are always more dangerous than places without water. Behind every plant could be a mud crab. A mud crab covered with heavy armor could match the deadliest mutant, the death claws. Wearing a black lacquered power armor, Jiang Chen stood at the bow and looked into the bottomless lake. Ripples disturbed the clear water. If he didn't receive strong evidence, he wouldn't believe such an amazing secret would be buried under this lake. 2,000 scientists with extensive research fields. This treasure is crucial for Jiang Chen. After a while, a knight walked behind him and bowed respectfully. Observers have scanned used the life wave detection device. There is no trace of mud crab activity in the area. Our people are ready to go. Then let's go now. Jiang Chen ordered. Yes. Hu Qing saluted. His fist slamming on the steel armor made a clear sound. Under the leadership of the NAC Knight, 5 soldiers wearing amphibious kinetic skeletons quickly gathered at the bow and jumped into the lake. Jiang Chen stood in the bow and waited quietly until the underwater team confirmed the safety of the lake, and then stepped into the lake. As a single armor that can cross the nuclear radiation area, the average depth of only 10 meters is nothing for the T3 power armor. It didn't take long before Jiang Chen's feet stood on the soft lake bottom. A few mutated fishes swam to him and began to bite at the steel armor. Jiang Chen waved his hands and shooed these self-humiliating mutants away before moving toward the location marked on the holographic screen. Unlike most fallout shelters, this fallout shelter was not documented. The circular entrance had a diameter of 10 meters. It was not embedded in the wall but placed at the bottom of a lake. Time did not leave any rust on its body. The bright alloy made it seem like it was only dropped here yesterday. In the center of this giant round door, T7 was painted. This is it. A string of bubbles squeezed out from the gap in the knight's armor. Jiang Chen looked at the knight and nodded. He took out the ruby pendant and walked toward the center of the steel door. Let me do it. Hu Qing hurriedly tried to stop the general. As a knight of the NAC, how could he let the general make risky moves? However, Jiang Chen just shook his head. It's over. The possibility of traps being here is low. Fallout Shelter 118 already joined under the banner of NAC. Louis Hua has no reason to lie. Only graves need to have traps protecting them. If the purpose of this fallout shelter is to send knowledge and hope to the future, then the person who built the shelter has no reason to put weapons in it. In the center of the steel giant door, just as Louis Hua described, there was a circular print engraved into it. Jiang Chen put the end of the pendant inside and gently rotated it half a turn to the right. The ruby embedded in this pendant was the key to opening the door. The ruby had been specifically designed and processed so that over 10 gigabytes of passwords could be engraved within it. This encryption method made it so that even a quantum computer's computing power would not be sufficient in deciphering all the passwords. The current followed the silver disk and passed through the ruby. A string of bubbles formed from the edge of the round steel door and pushed toward the surface. With a slight tremor, the giant door slowly began to sink. "It's not quite right here. General, please come out first." Hu Qing looked around nervously and immediately stood in front of Jiang Chen. 5 soldiers wearing amphibious kinetic skeletons also nervously raised their underwater rifles and watched for possible threats. "Don't be nervous, it's just an elevator." Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. He pressed down on the muzzle and indicated for everyone to remain calm. With the steel giant door slowly sinking, after less than half a minute, the giant door that originally protruded onto the surface became a deep pit. When the giant door sunk to a certain height, the entire giant door clanked into place like a bullet being loaded. The roof of the deep pit began to converge, like a dome, covering everyone's head and sealing the exit. When the dome was completely closed, the signal light in the deep pit turned on, illuminating the entire space. Then, the water level began to fall. After the water was completely pumped out, a door formed on the vertical well wall. "It seems like this is not a door, but an elevator." Hu Qing examined his surrounding and discovered that he was surrounded by steel walls. He put down his rifle and muttered to himself before grabbing the tactical rifle around his waist. Jiang Chen had already stepped in front of the open door. But just as he was about to cross the door, he stopped and frowned. On the open iron gate, he saw a familiar sign. He gently touched the raised badge, the soft titanium on his fingertips followed the engraving and swept away the dust. If he remembers correctly, the company that owns this trademark has a famous name. "East Asia Heavy Industries," Jiang Chen muttered. "What's wrong?" In muffled steps, Hu Qing walked in beside him. He raised his flashlight and pointed it into the darkness behind the door. But other than a narrow corridor, he couldn't see anything else. "Where is that pendant? Give it to me." Jiang Chen turned and looked at Hu Qing. "Roger." Hu Qing respectfully nodded, stepped back to the center of the giant circular door, kneeled down and removed the pendant out of the groove. After taking the pendant, Jiang Chen waved to soldiers behind him to follow him into the corridor. Under the leadership of Hu Qing, the 6 men guarded Jiang Chen. Soon, the group came to the end of the corridor. Jiang Chen took out the key again and swept it on a card reader on an alloy door. After reading the password in the ruby, the alloy door slowly opened. Then, cold lights gradually began to turn on, illuminating the space inside. Seeing the marvelous scene behind the door, Jiang Chen's pupils gradually widened, revealing his amazement. Just like terracotta warriors were in the giant space, there were about 2,000 oval-shaped hibernation chambers. The white shell looked like a large goose egg wrapped by arm-sized pipelines connected to the central main control computer and the life support device. This is not a fallout shelter, but a time machine. From the past decades to the future. It carried the seed of civilization. "Wait for me here." With inexplicable excitement in his heart, Jiang Chen moved the nearest giant egg. He reached out and pressed the button that said, "End hibernation." A neat seam formed on the shell and cold white mist spewed out of the gap. Just like sputum being reborn, the outer shell of the hibernation chamber slowly opened, revealing a girl lying in the shell with skin as fine as jade. However, when he saw the girl's face, his excited mood suddenly extinguished like a bucket of cold water was poured on his head. Suddenly, he thought of something. He jerked his head up and looked at the central computer. This familiar device. As if to confirm his guess, the dark display lit up and a suited man appeared in the center of the screen. He was sitting in an office chair and behind him was the skyline of Shanghai from before the war. The expressionless face seemed to state his lack of interest in anything. "Hello, future friends. From your expression, it seems that you have seen me from somewhere before." Jiang Chen, of course, has seen him before. Even if he has turned into dust, Jiang Chen would still remember that face. The face linked to the brain that was floating in the culture tank. And buried together with the Supreme. "We meet again, Dr. Lin Mingjie." Looking at the man on the screen, Jiang Chen sighed with some emotion, took the coat from the open hibernation chamber, and covered the girl. "I thought you were already dead, I didn't expect to see you alive." Although Dr. Lin Mingjie was much younger than the last time Jiang Chen saw him in the underground fallout shelter in Shanghai, he still recognized him from certain distinct facial features. The girl lying in the hibernation chamber also put a complex expression on his face. At the same time the screens lit up, Hu Qing gestured and rushed forward with the soldiers in front of Jiang Chen. As he passed Jiang Chen, he caught sight of the girl in the hibernation chamber with the corner of his eye. He was shocked, but he quickly made the decision to ignore what he saw and focused his attention on the man on the screen. Although he didn't know who the person was, his instincts told him the man doesn't have the best relationship with the general. "Lin Mingjie. That is indeed my name." As if Lin Mingjie didn't see the rifles pointed at him, the man raised his head and looked at the non-existent ceiling and signed in nostalgia. "Allow me to correct one thing. It is debatable if I am alive or not." "Debatable?" After hearing this sentence, Jiang Chen frowned and slowly lowered the rifle in his hand. "Now that you are calmer. No matter what conflicts you have with that person, isn't it pointless to be angry at a program?" Lin Mingjie opened his hands with a helpless expression. "I was born in 2168, almost at the same time as the fallout shelter was completed. My personality and other features are based on the programmer who wrote me. Can I ask a question?" Jiang Chen asked. "Of course." Lin Mingjie slightly nodded, "Answering your questions is the meaning of my existence." "Which level of artificial intelligence are you, basic? Intermediate? Or basic, of course." Lin Mingjie smiled. For a commentator, thinking is just cumbersome. Jiang Chen was silent for a long time. Then, he sent an order to Hu Qing through the communication channel. "Wait for me outside." Hu Qing hurriedly replied, "But this is an order." Jiang Chen used an irrefutable tone and stopped his attempt to persuade. "Wait for me in the elevator. Unless I order, don't come in." For the knights, the command of the general is absolute. Although Hu Qing was still concerned about the general's safety, he couldn't say more. He just reluctantly lowered his head and accepted the order. "Roger," raising his hand, he gestured to his soldiers in the squad and took them to the corridor leading to the elevator. Standing at the door, he hesitantly took one last look at Jiang Chen's back before obeying his absolute order and retreating to the elevator. After the footsteps gradually drifted away, Jiang Chen was silent for a moment before asking, "Tell me, what are you doing?" "Leaving seeds for civilization. These clones are what you call seeds." Jiang Chen's rifle moved to the side and pointed to the girl who was looking at him with innocent eyes. Then, he said emotionlessly, "Or, is this some sort of sick experiment?" The girl lying in the hibernation chamber looked like an exact replica of Lin Lin. If she was not a special exception, then the 2,000 scientists lying here should all be replicas of Lin Lin. When Lin Mingjie heard Jiang Chen's words, he shook his head. "You've misunderstood." "Misunderstood?" "In my database, the key term seeds of civilization does not contain any words relating to experiment. The human female who is lying in front of your eyes is a clone born through the cell cloning technique with cells from an individual named Lin Lin. Her name is Lin E, number 0001. Jiang Chen was very curious. If number 0001 is called Lin E, then what is 0100, or 1000 called? But these didn't matter, he just wished to know one thing right now. Why is it Lin Lin? Jiang Chen with a complicated expression asked the question bothering him. Maybe it is the father's guilt to his daughter. Or maybe because it's something else. Lin Mingjie shrugged and said in a nonchalant manner. The master that created me did not tell me such details. I am afraid I can't answer that question. As for why you should use these clones, I think even if I don't tell you, knowing the time of when this fallout shelter was completed, you should realize the answer. Jiang Chen paused for a second, but soon understood the message behind his words. The Third World War started in 2171. This undocumented fallout shelter was built in 2168. Therefore, as it was built before the start of the war, the world economy was still a mess and the Science Ethics Committee was still in existence. Therefore, it would be impossible to select a group of volunteers willing to go to the future. From this point of view, the choice of using clones to pass on the seeds of civilization seemed like a helpless choice in the context of history. Although it also violated the taboos of science, at least the creation of clones could be carried out in secrecy. However, another question still troubled Jiang Chen. I don't understand why people must be used as the carrier of information instead of the more efficient machine. A mobile hard disk could carry more information than the human brain. And unlike humans, the machine naturally does not know how to forget. Even after millenniums, as long as the parts themselves are not oxidized, knowledge can be passed on for generations. You are not the first person to ask this question. My programmer muttered to me before, but I regret that I can't give you a standard answer. Lin Mingjie spread his hand. For reference, I can only tell you the conclusions from the Seeds of Civilization researchers. Hard drives can pass on knowledge, but only people can serve as the embodiment of civilization. After a pause, Lin Mingjie went on. Their soul is like a blank sheet of paper. Other than the knowledge they are taught in virtual reality programs, their cognitive and learning abilities are almost the same as those of newborn babies. As long as you are willing to accept them, they will be able to adapt to the outside world in the shortest amount of time. As for whether to accept them, the choice is yours. In an understatement, Lin Mingjie gave Jiang Chen the toughest decision he has had to make. Jiang Chen silently looked at number 0001 lying in the hibernation chamber, the girl named Lin Yi. Right now, she was expressionless and looking at him with the eyes of a baby. The clothes covering her body had slipped off when she reached out to gently touch the cold barrel around her. She curiously touched its outline, completely oblivious to the lack of clothes on her body. What is this? Lin Yi asked. Silence lingered for a long time, before Jiang Chen finally let out a sigh. He put the rifle in his hand down, picked up her clothes, and covered her. Put on your clothes first. Clothes? Lin Yi tilted her head. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. He now understood the meaning of, their soul is like a blank sheet of paper.